Hello.
Make a good game and don't market it.
Good
The money
morning.
will come to you.
How you guys doing? Welcome back. Hope you had a good day. Welcome. Good morning, Mr. Inmain Richard Zero. Mr. Shane 11. Good morning, real super cool. Good morning. Hey, how you guys doing? You having a good day so far? Hope you're having a good day. Hope everything's fine. You guys are doing good. Yeah, today we're gonna spawn a couple of enemies and see how much Unity can handle before it breaks, inevitably. It's gonna be great. Oh, we have stats here. Wait, I have 140 FPS only? CPU 7 ms already? How? Wait. Nah, that's gotta be the editor, 100%. Let's just get rid of some of these skull boys here. Play again. Yeah, it's gotta be the editor, right? It's better to attach the profiler to the build game. Okay. Well, we're gonna do that later. First, I think I wanna wait a bit until a couple of more people are in here. But I wanna talk about something that I saw on Discord. You guys were talking about here. This one, super cool link. This. You read through the entire thing. You said that he didn't really point out anything specific, but maybe we can figure out what it is. This guy made a game in 7 years, huh? Let's read that while we wait for people to come in and then we spawn 1,000 enemies. I think in order to make 1,000 enemies work, by the way, we have to use the flow field. So aka we use the grid, the world grid, and then on every single tile of the grid. I don't know if how we're gonna do that.
Fuck Cakez, fuck Cakez.
Maybe they move towards the camera. Enemies move towards the camera, and then as they get closer to the camera, then they make a decision based on the tiles, and then we loop through the tiles around the player. I don't know, we'll see. Like, cause the flow field can also be very inefficient if you iterate over a gazillion tiles, right? And I don't know if there's a way to make a thread in Unity, right? That would be odd. Rage bait? It's not a rage bait. What are you guys talking about? I read about 95% of it. Yeah. Oof, we're not gonna read all of it. At least not to like great detail, but we're gonna first look at like some of the basic idea of what this guy is talking about, right? This guy spent 7 years making Generation Exile, a solar punk city builder. So basically a city builder is what the marketing guy always suggests to make, right? Crafty buildy. I'm not gonna look at I've not seen a game yet. And let's see, trailers in PC Gaming Show, June 24, 25th. So I wonder how you get into this. Do you have to pay a lot of money to go here? And then top 70 most played demo during our next fest. I wonder when that was. Top 70 most played demo. How can I see my demo rank from Steam Next Fest, guys? You can pay or they pick you.
All chat developers.
How do I see my my thing? Is there a way to see this? I think you can only see top 50. I'm not in top 50. Shit. Okay. Then how does he know top 70? Not sure how he got top 70. Good talk, Jonathan Smith. Good. I mean, actually, I'm really tired. We are currently stopping Zoe from breastfeeding, and so we have terrible nights. She cries a lot. Maybe he made that up. Okay, so maybe he made that up, but we're gonna look at the wishlist counts and the players from the demo, if there is one. Did all the things you're supposed to do. Okay, did you? Launched in early access last week. Yeah, maybe that's the issue. Early access and too high of a price. So I would be assuming, without having seen the game, maybe early access combined with a very high price point. That's what I would assume. With over 35,000 wish lists. So that's a really good number. That means that there's a lot of appeal in the game. Or it could be that the game has been shown to so many people and 35,000 wish lists is good, but could be way more if the game was better. I don't know. Like, it's really difficult to see the traction they got, right? Because it could be a lot of traction and then 35,000 looks good on paper, but maybe it should be double or triple because they had that much traction. Think Immortals of Avernum, right? Before I open the game, like Immortals of Avernum. That's like the game that I like using a lot. They have like 20 players right now, and when they released the game, they had a bunch of people on Twitch looking at it. Here, there's the graph. Where is it? Where is it? Where's Twitch charts? Ah, here. View Twitch chart. Here. They had 230,000 players. Sorry, viewers on Twitch. But that only resulted in 1,000 players. Not even, right? 700 players, sorry. So 700 players out of 230,000. Yikes, right? And currently 18 in the game. So the game's kind of a massive failure. Anyways, let's see. What is this game? Okay, I mean, it looks kind of nice. What do you guys think? Chat, type 1 if you think this game looks nice. Not digging the character too much. I think the eyes are a bit lifeless. But otherwise, like, I feel like the eyes, yeah, whatever. Like, it's just eyes. But this looks nice. You know what this reminds me of? Civilization. Civ 5. Yeah, like, it reminds me of Civilization. Looks nice, yeah. Too much glow? Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty sure you can turn that down, bro. What is this? Killer watches you enter the elevator. He's exhausted from helping haul in the remaining supplies. There's little remaining, but he smiles at you. Okay. What is this? So... wait, what was this? Roster. This one doesn't have a name? Or is it dead? Is she dead? Okay. Level 4, level 2, level 2. Difficult to see what's happening here. It looks like it's building these blue tiles. But then it's also it looks like it's building this white tile. Difficult to say. Not sure. Huh? Feels like a mix between the overworld, where you build stuff, and then like a 3D game. Right? Oof. Looks good, by the way. It's just a big color change from blue to red, right? Like glowing at you. Too much glow. It's the hex grid. What is this game even? Difficult to say. It looks like a combination of a 3D third-person game and a building game? Not sure, to be honest. Our team has worked on titles including Gone Home, Firewatch, Far Cry, Baldur's Gate, and Mark the Ninja, just to name a few. Okay, we'll get to that. Interesting. 12 positive review. Damn, they have less players than me on my demo. Okay, let's see. Let's look at their demo. Where's their demo? Generation Exile. I'm assuming those reviews are people they know. But this one might be an actual review. 1 hour playtime is not that great. Really good initial release. Super interesting blend between Civilization. See, I thought so. Look at this. Civilization with it being turn-based and Hexes some quite tidy narrative sections. So I guess these are the third person sections in the vein, I guess, in the vein of City Sleeper with a tone and setting, as well as some obvious satisfaction that comes from revitalizing land space like build of Terra Nil, blah blah blah. Couple of big slightly clumsy jumps in the initial tutorialization, but I hooked into the core loop pretty quick and was compelled. Bro, you played an hour. If you get hooked, you don't play an hour, you play longer. What you talking about? Sorry, I just find that when someone writes hooked and I see an hour on paper, this guy to me is... This guy's lying. That's what I'm saying, okay? If I'm getting hooked, I'm not playing. I'm not stopping until tomorrow, okay? I'm not stopping until I have to go. Those 100% paid actors? What is this? The game felt to me as a worker placement board game. Some aspects are still unclear to me. Like, what does it really mean? That a placement is dangerous? What consequences does it have? Small things like UI could be better. More content coming, so really looking forward to it. Early access game. I mean, otherwise, yeah, 5 hours. It looks okay, actually, like the playtimes. But these could also be playtesters, right? Anyways, okay. Let's look at the demo. Okay, so we can't find that over here. So that means SteamDB will tell us about the demo stats. Bro, you have 0. I guess it's because no one. 70 maximum players is not bad. Let's see. So that's gotta be Steam Next Fest, right? Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. Wait. Yeah. Day 5, 6, 7. Bro, that doesn't really look that great. When you compare that to successful demos on Steam Next Fest, it looks okay. Definitely better than most games. But if you compare that to smaller titles, let's say this is a big title, right? Like here, a game about feeding a black hole that was on Steam not just now, sorry. That was on Steam Next Fest, their demo page. And how much are they having right now? They have 15 in the game. Like they were hitting over 100. And this is Steam Next Fest start. It was October 13. So they started with 42, day 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then this is where Steam Next Fest is actually over 8. So over 8 days they pulled like 100 players plus, right? And then this game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're already down. Right? So that doesn't look that great. And you have to keep in mind that releasing your demo is also a visibility boost for your Steam page. So not only are you taking part, I'm assuming that they took part in Next Fest and released a demo. If this is just the demo release, then Steam Next Fest is even worse, right? Because it never got better than this portion right here. Everything after that is like, it's like worse than my demo even. That's crazy. That should have been telling them already that there's an issue. Eh? Don't you guys think so? In my opinion, this should have been telling them, hey bro, there's an issue with your game. Maybe top 70, he meant peak of 70? I don't know. How did your Next Fest go, Cakes? Well, if you compare my game to itself, it went very well because I got 1,000 wish lists. Comparing my game to other games, I got 1 out of 13 what it could be possible. So I got 1,000 wish lists, others got 10,000 wish lists, so 12,000, so 13,000. Their follower chart starts at 1k. So, I don't know. This looks bad to me. Not gonna lie, this should have told them already that there's something wrong with the game. And the best way to check that is obviously Steam stats, right? You look at your demo stats. You track those. Let me see. Why is nothing loading? Okay, it's loading now. It's fine. It's loading now. Almost got triggered. Because it never loads when I'm online. Like, come on. Steam. That's not loading. Now it is. Okay, thank you. So yeah, here's the sales and activation reports. That's what I can show. Yeah, this one here. It's important. The median time played. This stat right here. That tells you where people quit your demo. And if this number is very low, then not only, like let's say this number is 40%, that means not only not only 40% of players play longer than 10 minutes. And I'm assuming that they have quite low stats for that too. Pretty sure. They revealed the game at the PC Gaming Show 2024 and put the store page live at the moment, so they got their followers right there. I see. I see. So that okay. So when we look at the game and the follower charts, right? Because this guy said they had 35,000 followers. They starting with quite a lot. That's the PC Gaming Show, I guess, the first day, and then they kept climbing. It's actually a really slow climb here. And then I guess this is Steam Next Fest, July 2nd? You think this is Next Fest, chat? July 2nd? Let's see. It's definitely June. Wait, no, June. Monday. Oh, June 2nd. Yeah, that seems to correlate here. Demo release. Yeah, demo release. Damn, they got a lot on the demo release. That's crazy. Must be Next Fest and demo release. Okay, let's see. So, I don't really know what the issue is with the game. I haven't played it. I don't think you can play it anymore. Like the demo, I'm not gonna buy the game. Let's do... Oh. Okay, so yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's a lot of money. For an indie game? Bro, you kidding me? Wait, how much is... Civilization? Sid Meier's, I don't know, 5 was a great game, right? People love that. If I remember correctly. 6 was also good, but let's look at 5. Yeah, people love that game. Remember correctly. Still a lot of people. Wait, what? It's minus 67% though. It's on sale right now. But man, that's a lot of money for an early access game. I feel like it should be... How much do you think it would be? Should be. Considering, okay, so let's say it's like Civilization, right? Which, by the way, Civilization looks better. Like, it does look better. This one looks good. Definitely, but Civilization, in my opinion, looks better because you have a better overview of the map. It looks good too, but Civilization gives you better, I feel like a better perspective. 5? No, I won't say 5. 19 discounted at 15. Another $30 game, but early access that released recently to compare. The Last Caretaker. Okay, but it's not the same genre, man. I don't think you can compare these two too much. Because it's a different type of game. Yeah, I know it's early access and the same price, but it's a different type of game. Like, so that's like comparing RimWorld with Vampire Survivors. You know? I don't think it makes any sense. Listen, I could be wrong here, but I feel like we should compare within the same genre. City builder, colony sim, building nature. And then they have almost the same stuff here. Good day. Hey, Neat Games. How you doing, bro? Look at Mankind. It's like Civ. It's a normal It's normal for the genre. That's a normal price, but it's early access, man. Like, I don't know. What did you say? Endless Legend. Endless Legend 2? Okay, let's see. Endless Legend. So this is Civilization? Something like Civilization. Oh, yeah. Kind of looks like... Yeah. I can see it, yeah. Early access. Holy shit, $50? God damn. Interesting. So that's early access and $50. So then why does this game sell and the other one doesn't? Maybe because it looks cooler? That's crazy. Maybe because this one looks more sophisticated? Let me see. Let's compare these two. Difficult to say. I mean, this looks like an RPG when you see the character, I guess. You're making yourself a character. Apart from the grid, Exile has nothing like save. Oh, Endless Legend 1 is a well-known game, yeah. Okay. Well, I can't really pinpoint anything because I don't play these games. The only thing that I would like that I find odd, and maybe that people find that too, is the 3D parts in the game. They seem a bit odd to me. And then this looks a bit odd too. To me, it looks like 3 different modes stitched together. Like, what is this mode? We have... what is this called, guys? These tiles. What is this grid called? Sorry. Hexagrid. We have like a hexagrid here. Right. And then we have... this RPG stuff. And then we have another hexagrid. Like 2 hexagrids. 2. And here we have just 1. That's just the world map. Right. And this is, I guess, zoomed into combat. Man, they have like a gazillion trailers. And here too. Zoomed into combat, I guess. Right. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Let's see what this guy is talking about. As a preface, this category not too many games on Steam. Steam's broken kind of post. I did not think that Gen Exile was owed or deserves any kind of audience response. We felt that we felt and still believed we have to earn every investment and funds and maybe even more preciously. What? We felt and still believe we have to earn each and every investment of funds and maybe even more preciously time of anyone who's willing to engage with what we have spent really long time making, depending on how you count it, between 5 to 7 years. What we're trying to do is to reconcile the difference between what the indicators were supposed to be pointing at and how the last... Sorry, bro, but if your fucking demo pulls 1 player a day, listen, man, you gotta wake up to reality. I don't know how you got the initial traction. Maybe that's because you have so many wish lists. But if your demo can't even hold more than 2 players a day, you got a problem, mate. And why do I know that? Because my fucking demo has 2 players! I just don't have the marketing like you have, bro. I don't have that reach. I could have 35,000 wish lists too. Okay? Just give me the money. I'll pay people. Don't worry. Anyways, before I go further, I should probably put the game Steam page. Yeah, so we looked at the Steam page. I can't pinpoint anything, eh? But I don't play these games. You guys are saying that... What are you guys are saying? Like, what is the difference here? What is the difference? Why is this one not looking good in your opinion? Like those that play Civ 5 a lot? 2's better than 0? Hey, 2's better than 0. Yeah, true. Check a bit of gameplay, Cakes. Yeah, but you pinpointed it. It seems an odd mix. You think it's an odd mix? I think your game would have more players if it was published on mobile. We'll see. Those images are 5 different games, bro. So that's what you think so too, yeah? That it looks like 5 different games stitched together. It's like not 1 game, but 5 games. Let's see. So the reason why we're reading this, by the way, is because in the comments, he seems to be very reluctant to approach or to get, sorry, to accept feedback, right? What people tell him. Visuals are not clear, not much, not inviting. Trees look like Blender. Okay, yeah, maybe the trees don't look that great. I guess I agree with you there. Yeah, I could make better trees. But I think it's not the trees, to be honest. But yeah, okay. But Superku doesn't like the trees. It's not a lottery, Fluffy Unicorn. I think 13,000 indie games hit Steam last year. The only one I remember is Schedule 1 and it came out in 2025. I don't know. We launched early access on Tuesday and it would be difficult to say that the response so far hasn't been quite a bit muted than we were imagining. Okay, the folks who have decided to take the plunge to seem to be enjoying what they have engaged with so far. There's one thing I forgot to look at. Oh my god, there's 2 people playing right now. No one's playing. Bro, you have no one playing. What are you talking about? If the response is good, then the graph doesn't go down. The graph doesn't go down if the response is good, mate. Yeah, so he needs to stop listening to the 2 people that like flüstern in English into his ear. Like he needs to listen to the stats, I guess. Whisper, yeah. Let me see. We are tremendously grateful for the interest and confidence in continuing to deliver. That is a charge we generally hold sacred, and we will do everything we can to uphold. We weren't expecting a grand full of people at 1 minute, blasting the doors off with 100,000 sales in less than 24 hours or anything like that, but the response has been so much more tempered than even our most conservative project. You gotta look at what down, bro. Hey. I'm looking at like, I don't know, I think I get like 1,000. Not sales. I guess that's where I'll end up being, man. Okay. Anyway, projections based on our own experience and also data analysis from people who follow all of this very closely, that we were really going into investigation mode now, in addition to continuing to build the game, of course. So the point of this post, I guess, is beyond a little bit of a public proceeding of what certainly has been a week. Recognizing my own profound inability to summon briefly to the written word ever, this guy cannot get to, like, this guy is... I don't like talking about people, okay? But it feels like this guy is yapping. But he's not yapping. He's yapping using smart words. Brevity. Summon. Profound. That's what... He's not using easy words for me, okay? I'm not natively English. It's hard to read it, okay? I'm going to force such by put... Oh, God. This is not an RPG! Talk normally! Stop! We are not in Dark Souls! This is not Dark Souls! They should not speak like that! They need to use simple words! Relax. Relax. Coffee. Okay. I'm going to focus by putting the timeline in bullet form. If you want more details, just ask. But be careful what you wish for, because I'll type you eons. Announced June and PC Gaming Show. Launched the store page and they got... Oh god. Maybe it's the PC Gaming Show. Like, let's take those away. People saw the game, found it cool, but then they saw the gameplay and they were like, nah. But they were too lazy to click wishlist delete. What do you guys think? If you take 35,000, you do minus 17,000. You're looking at, how much is it? 20,000 left? 18,000 left? People need to get to the point. Had another trailer in June, PC Gaming Show, that announced our demo for the next fest that was live exact minute. The next fest demo seemingly... No, it did not. See, this is where you're wrong. That's the problem. You had like 20,000 wish lists and you only got 70 players that immediately stopped playing after a couple of days. This should have been a red flag. If your game is good, this doesn't happen. And this is not a story game, right? As far as I can tell, it's a city building game. Like, if you have a city building game, like these games have insane play. What's this called? Have insane. What's this called, man? These games have insane playtime because you can build differently every time. So like these guys had nothing and they kept growing, and their game just flatlined immediately. Replayability, Dumbo? Ja, ich soll das Dumbo. I'm not actually case of not actually. Piss off! 5 minutes. I'm gonna ban this guy. Give me a sec. Anyways, that doesn't look too good, to be honest. Reaction was generally positive. How do you know that this is the top 70 demo out of 2,600 demo? And how did you get 15,000 wish lists? Bro, that's crazy. Sorry. They had 70 players. Then they had 40 players. Then they had 60. Then 50. Then 30. I guess people saw the game but didn't play it? With 15k, it's true about top 70. So then that's only... Wait, it's gotta be new players then. New players. Featured a PC gaming show twice and fumbled like that. No, I don't think it's fumbled. Okay, I mean, that does look like a lot, but I just don't see... Like, see, these numbers are great, but I look at this and it just looks sad to me because it just falls down immediately. And it never recovers. It just completely flatlines. And the longer that it is out, it goes down and down and down. I don't know. To me, that just looks like a failure, even though you have that many wish lists. Anyways, took the game to an in-person event and reaction was positive. It wasn't driving it. This wasn't for driving attention, but for confirming the game was resonating. A number of total strangers, not devs, being supportive, said, wow, this seems really polished for an early access game. Internal playtest yielded nothing dissimilar. Maybe they should have had... Okay. Send out... I mean, at least the game's polished. That's great, right? Send out preview keys to content creators and press launch before to like a lot of them. Okay, he doesn't say how many. I sent just so many emails. Then you use a fucking email service, bro. You dumb. Sorry. Idiot. Sorry. I'm stopping. I'll stop now. Okay, I apologize. Anyways. We're working on one of those crafty buildy simulation game genres that is... yeah, you were reading the articles from the marketing guy, right? That is ostensibly resonant with Steam players. Okay, yeah, we are still adding what seems like a lot of wish lists. There hasn't been massive uptick of wish list deletions. At least I don't think so. Okay, I mean... Now our returns rate is, if anything, a little bit low average. Wait a minute. So, wait, isn't it like 2% or something? Isn't, what is the conversion rate? 2%? Emails suck? Bro, you get yourself a script that writes the same email to thousands of people. The only thing that sucks is the limit that some providers give you. So for example, Gmail, you can only send 100 a day. So you send 100 today, then 100 tomorrow, then another 100 after that. And that does work, guys. That does work. That does work. That's exactly... Oh my god, people are stupid. Game about feeding a black hole, YouTube. That's exactly what these guys did. And look how many people played the game on YouTube. And we saw this exact template on stream. Watch the past streams to see what they typed. It's literally this much. Didn't I save that somewhere? I saved that link somewhere. Go find the past recording. Okay, I'm too lazy to find it right now. It was literally this much text, not even a fucking picture in the game. Okay, look how many people played this. Look, Google this game, YouTube, you'll see how many content creators played that. Okay, you just use an email service that sends the same mail. You guys are, you need to learn a little bit more. Okay, if you don't believe me, then go ask someone else. It goes through personal... No. Refund rate is 10%, closer to 20% is bad. Oh, he means return rate. Okay, I thought about conversion rate, wishlist conversion rate. Okay. None of this means we are owed anything, but lately, hypothetically, blah, 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 blah. We're still early stages, thinking through this. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Huge skepticism around early access in a way that didn't used to be. No, it seems to be. But these guys... Like what you showed me, The Legend 2 seems to be a continuation of the first game. And it came out, yeah, actually, literally, recently too. And people like it as well. Well, 74% is not that great, but not too terrible. Maybe because of the price point, gotta be honest. Okay. Obviously, if you are insanely known, if you are an intensely known quantity, you're making something that's quite recognizable as it's popular thing, but slightly different than you should be. Oh, he's talking about why is this guy talking so annoying? Why is he not saying, well, Larian makes Baldur's Gate 3, that's why early access would work for them, but for us it wouldn't, because we are not known as Larian Studios is and Baldur's Gate is. Yes, how about you type it like that, then people don't get confused. Sorry! But if that's not where you're starting from, Wolf, I don't know if early access has anywhere near the upside. Hey, maybe he's right though, because, yeah, we just looked at an example. Early access works very well, is a continuation of round 1 of this, Legend 1. And people play it. They have 1,000 reviews. Publisher, this is the guy that made it, right? That's the first one. Where's the first one? Legends? Where's Legends? Endless Legend? What's the first one? Endless Legend. Yeah, Endless Legend. Yeah, the first game. Wow, it like doubled in price. Holy shit. Okay, so wow, the game looks nice. Holy shit, that looks great. You know what this reminds me of, guys? Heroes of Might and Magic. Damn. I feel like the first game, Smexy, the first game looks better than the second. I wonder why it's mixed now. I guess they sold something or they did terrible updates. But man, I like that a lot. Ah, the second one looks okay too. Just like the first one more. Ah, that one looks geil in English. Okay, anyways. Yeah, maybe it's because 2024. Jarvis summarized this, yeah. I don't know if any early access. So now he's questioning early access. Nearly everyone's sentiment, blah, 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 help early access, but it seems like the unknowns that are into early access, the degree which that's okay, blah, blah, blah. You get the early access stink on you from games you had nothing to do with. Now he's blaming other unsuccessful early access games And people say, oh, your game is early access too, your game sucks too because of those games. Is that what he's doing here? I don't fully recognize the impacts this could have on people's willingness to buy early access games. What the fuck does corollary mean? Corollary, I don't know. I've skipped these crazy words. This guy, like this guy... You know these people that try to pronounce every word perfectly and therefore they speak very slowly? That's what this guy comes off as. Really annoying. But games with the early access label get evaluated collectively, blah, blah, blah. Early access, awareness bottlenecks. Not the same thing as too many games. Might be the last part due to the fact that we launched into an unfortunate pileup of a fall with a ton of other games that really landed. For example, people tend to talk about Steam as a single monolithic... Oh god. Not really true. People who love strategy builders have zero interest in roguelike. I agree there isn't much too many games there. Big games, crowd out of the field notion. And I recognize performance predictor, success, designer. I was the designer of the Ninja and people co-founded blah blah blah. We made Firewatch. The game is created by the Gone Home Mini, Motorways, Baldur's Gate. Okay, I'm not at all trying to big up myself. The way you talk, you do kinda, man. I gotta be honest, man. You sound exactly like what you're not trying to say. Bro, you're actually doing what you're not... Hey, mate. Hey, mate. Hey, someone gotta bring it to you. Nay. Maybe explain to me what corollary means. What does that even mean? Huh? Meaning, a proposition that follows from and is often appended to one already proved. Forming a proposition that follows from one already proved. And I recognize as a past performance blah 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 blah. Where was it? Where were we? He's not bigging up himself. No. We deserve anything because we didn't. Nobody does, but I think our past would... Oh my god, stop yapping. How long is this? Oh my god! Okay, I gotta speedrun this. Shall I put this in ChatGPT and ask him to summarize? That's way too much. I'm not reading all that. Summarize ChatGPT? Yes? No? Yes? Yes? Yeah? No? Guys, I'm not reading all of that. Summarize. Oh my god. Guys, I'm putting that into ChatGPT. That is ChatGPT anyways. ChatGPT. Summarize this. Man. Awareness. Oh, thank you very much. Players tend to evaluate early access games as a collective. When EA... Let's see, this is what we read. When EA titles fail or abandon, they erode the trust in their entire category. Even good projects like Generation Exile. There's no way he said it like that! Generation Exile is his game. No way! So he's saying like, our game's good, but it's early access, and therefore it suffers from the collective that says early access games are bad. Man, this guy's coping hard. It's crazy. ChatGPT making up stuff? Maybe he is. The team suspects their launch coincided with the flood of other notable releases, limiting exposure. Steam's audience is fragmented by genre. Creators, yeah. Press face a bottleneck. There's only so much they can cover. Many wait to see what other feature first, leading the chicken and egg visibility problem. The game may have been drowned out despite strong credentials and prior hits. It's not really good summary. It's not really a good summary. Not really the best summary ever. I'll try to be real fast. Okay, chat, sorry. Let me see. Awareness bottleneck. This is where he big up himself, right? Yeah. However, maybe there's some more bottleneck of content creators press that were released. More for bottleneck. Lots of games being released. Maybe that means games are lost in the shuffle. Maybe, yeah, is exactly what it's saying. Maybe multi-car pileup of much anticipated releases. Then how did Megabunk work, you dumbass? Do I cover this title or that I heard of? If the game's good, they will cover you regardless. It seems like there might be something of a chicken and egg problem. Creators are reluctant to cover something that isn't already an insanely You're dumb. That's not true. Then how did Megabunk work? That's not true, man. Unless lots of other creators are doing the coverage already. Yeah, but they're doing it because the game's good. But if many creators are waiting for other creators to move further... No, they're not waiting. They have better games to play. We launch in a week with a few... Oh, am I wrong? Megabonk literally had a short about releasing between... What were the games? Silk Song and what was the other game? Sounds like he's trying to find excuses. Just assume. So much text just to say, I understand players don't like EA, but I understand players think might be too expensive, but turns out they don't understand at all and end up deflecting every comment saying the same thing. They compare themselves. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine if you compare yourself to big games. I don't think that's a big problem at all. Cakez, I'm interested in the game dev. I'm a backend engineer already, so I have programming experience. Do you recommend starting with an engine right away or do things from scratch in C++? Bro, start with an engine if you can, man. Do not code the fucking PNG parsers and window openers and renderers if you don't have to. You will waste your time on these things and you will not work on games. You will work on an engine. If you want to sell a game, try a game engine first. If you don't like Unity, maybe it's a little bit too annoying, the workflow there. Game Maker, I think, is a good choice. Godot could also be a good choice. Try out different engines first. If you really don't like these, the engines, then you can try, you know, C++ if you want to. Shit. And even then, I would start with something like Raylib, because Raylib allows you to open up a window in one line of code. Whereas in Windows, you have to type quite a bit of code to open the window, and even then you don't get proper window resizing and anything like that. You need a lot more. You need to update the window, you need to handle resize events and stuff like that. Then the border size of the window comes into play. There's so much shit that you have to do, and in Raylib, you literally just open a window. One line of code. So, and guess what? When you're learning all of that window opening and managing code, guess what you're not learning? Why is the player quitting my game at 5 minutes into the game? That's what you're not learning. And it's all about time. If you have unlimited time, hey, go for it, bro. But normally we don't have that because we have jobs, right? We need to do stuff to feed our family or to feed ourselves. Okay, sorry. However, content creators... let me see. Press, then release. Lots of games being released around the same time. Blah, blah, blah. Maybe multi-car pile-up. Anticipated releases. We read that content creators move first. No, I don't. I just don't. I disagree. If the game's good enough, then people will cover it naturally. We did launch in a week. We did launch in a week with a few other strategy games also launching. Yeah, then name these. Why don't you name these games? Like, get us something to research. Help you. Why don't you do that? I'm not gonna make the research for you. And maybe that did some more impact than the standard wisdom indicates. And that's how to market the game, yeah. But also, I don't think many people without any awareness of would see this screenshot and say, hell yeah, why not? Is that the fourth game in their game? Lübeck? Nürnberg? Wait, is that the fourth game? Wait, that's another view? Wait a minute. We have 3 different views. We have this view. we have the RPG view. Then we okay, yeah, well, RPG view. Then we have this view but different. Like this is, wait, that's the same view. Yeah. Then we have this view, which is another view. And now we have another view. That's Europa's Universals, a different game completely. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's a different game then. Okay. I don't think many people without the awareness of this game would see the screenshot and say, hell yeah, why not? And dive in on a whim. But why are you comparing this game to your game? Your game doesn't look like this. Why is he comparing this to his game? You do not have the same appeal and style of this game. Your game looks completely different. He thinks it does? Yeah, then he's wrong. No, you're wrong. Your game does not look anything like this game. Sorry, man. But it's not. You know what this guy needs? This guy needs image compare. I'll show you. Coded by AQ. Compare. Image compare tool. So this is a GitHub repository by AQ. You can put a link. Or do I copy the image? Copy image. And then you paste it. Right? And then you have the image here. Clipboard 0. And then you take another image. Like, for example, let's say this image right here. Let's open that up so it's big. And then we copy that image too. And we put it here. And then we paste. And what you can do now is you can use your mouse to compare these two images from left and right. And maybe if this guy does it enough, he'll understand that this does not look like this. Right? Left does not look the same as right. Maybe he just needs to do this a couple of times. Okay? Yeah. Anyways, okay. EU isn't my bag, but I've played a lot of CK, great stuff. Just Paradox and those people are what it wasn't. To be clear, note again the considerations are not as a born. Oh my god, shut fuck up. I'm not reading this. Gen Exile's quality writ large. I don't think, well, everyone thinks their own baby is cute. No, you do. Of course, we're never going to completely objective. You have to. That's why you fail. Being distanced, we can be. No, you're not. This guy is totally not distanced at all. And seeking insight from other folks, apparently not. That's what people. That's why we are reading this, because apparently this guy is deflecting in the comments. I think we can say that at the very least isn't significantly below average. No, you're not below average. That's true. Wait, no, you are. What is your average? You are well above average if you compare yourself to the millions of games that get released on Steam and don't even get a single player. You're well above average. But if you're comparing yourself to some average game, like, you are worse than this game. This was made by one guy. Where's Payo Coins? This was made by one guy. It's a pixel art game. This guy had fun in Game Maker. And he's beating you. Like, you are sitting at almost 0 players right now. He's hovering well above 30. He's beating you. What are you talking about? If this is an average game with 100 reviews, so like not that successful, but very successful for an indie developer, then you're well below that. Even if you have more wishlists. Because the people just don't play. Right? Or am I wrong? Am I wrong here? Still more than 10 GTD? Listen, this is what people need to understand. I'm not saying that my game's better, ever. Not a single time am I saying that my game's better. Okay, never. I never pretend that my game's better than others. No way. I know how bad my game is. I'm totally aware of the fact, okay? Please understand that. I'm not trying to sit here, pretend that I know better and I can make better. I'm not saying that. But I'm just brutally honest with what I see. You need to have a better game in order to criticize others, though? No, you don't. I can talk from a gamer perspective, what you're talking about. Then what you're saying is, not a single person on YouTube that makes reviews of games can say that other games are bad because they haven't released a game. You think how, you see how ridiculous you sound, bro? That's not how that works, mate. It's not that bad. You put in a lot of work into it. You mean my game? No, I think my game's getting better. We'll see. I still have a lot of stuff that I can do, but we'll see. That's a different story. Quality ritual. I don't know what this means. Sorry. Like this. Use better words. I think we can say that at the very least. No, you're below average. Presentation and depth compared to other early X titles we've played. Your game looks less deep. If I look at the UI, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 resources. See, that's what I noticed that earlier, but I didn't talk about this. These are 4 resources. They disabled UI here, I guess. Huh? So we can't use Civilization, but this game had it. Where is it? This game here? Yeah, there we go. Look how many resources I can already see here. 1, 2, 3. This is the same as here. I don't know what that means, so that's got to be a continuation. 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you have a laboratory. You have more buttons here. You have some more stuff here. And this is the same as this. I hope Fanta buys your game. Fanta? Because of the oranges? That would be so funny. Imagine if they bought my game, bro. Resources equals dev. It doesn't mean that. But from the outside, when you never played the game, you see more resources. See, like, this looks like a very deep game to me. Why? Look at the sheer amount of resources that we have, that we can change. Look at this stuff here. And this apparently is a really good game. Okay, I'm gonna Google that then. What is this stupid game called? Arguing with chat is my... I love it. Yeah. Unreal Engine 5. Is it this game? That looks very similar, yeah. Maybe it's a different version or like iteration. 4 or 5, it doesn't matter, it's the same game in multiple iterations. It's like Civilization, right? So, like, when I see their screenshot, it just doesn't look like much because there's not much to change. Like, we have a level here, health, and that's it. And then, I don't know, a police cone they put on the street. Not sure what that is. Or maybe that's a wizard hat, I don't know. Anyway, so let's move on. Honestly, feel like we've made something solid. Demonstrates pretty clearly where things headed. No, that's the problem. Because you have like 3 different games in your game. It's very confusing. When we look at the screenshots, it's confusing because we don't understand what the game's about. At least for me. You don't fully understand early access. Bridge too far. Many titles have held off until 1.0. I enjoyed Hardy once it did. But to make it into a folks' hesitation has come... Oh god. Okay, one thing we are trying to dig deeper into is folks saying the game is too short because you can complete it in 3 to 4 hours. Okay, that's a bit short for like a game like... How long can you play Civilization for? Like 1 map. Wasn't it like multiple 20, 30 hours? Like multiple hours to finish just 1 map? If I remember correctly. I like the big path swarming that leads to the fail state, to the smoothed out. 200 to 300 hours for a map, and these guys can run out of content in 3 to 4 hours. I think it's still okay, but you're also charging 30 bucks for this, right? For that little amount of gameplay. If you think about it, you get a AAA title. And you get at least 6 to 8 hours? At least, and some other AAA titles now balloon these numbers to give you shitty quests to do. You can get like an infinite open world. And then you have hundreds of hours. 3 to 4 hours doesn't seem that great anymore for this price point. This is accurate in the sense that one can complete a journey with the currently in the game. Currently we have dozens of fully 3D vignette events. Narrative vignette events. And many other more pop-up style narrative choice events. Okay, but that's not the gameplay loop, mate. That's an addition, that's like a cutscene. The gameplay is probably you conquering stuff. Like these narrative events are in addition to that. That's not the gameplay loop. The contents of those events are themselves reactive and stateful. Triggers them and how the choices made feel back into the game state. It's not the case, and the game will just be beat for beat exactly the same one that plays for second time. Wait, so you don't even have a randomized map? You could finish the game of Civ in 3 to 5 hours, but I don't think anyone thinks Civ is too short. No, because you can also spend 30 to 40 hours. These players want 30 to 40 hours, yeah. I don't think there's conquering cakes. It's a city builder. Also, you're not fighting others. They are selling 2 DLCs already? Yikes! But we might have run up against not expectations exactly, but baseline assumption that we're being a city builder means we're going to have structure like Frostpunk. I know, yeah, there might be a sandbox mode, but basically it's going to be a campaign that is 15 to 20 hours when it's done. It's done. Yeah, so you managed to... Sorry, man, but you managed to get 3 hours into early access, and you are expecting me to believe that you're gonna get to 15 to 20 hours? I don't know about that. And if you play the campaign again, it'll be more or less exactly the same. Did I read that wrong? That's not the case for us even now. Okay. Will continue to be less and less the case. We keep moving through early access. So he's trying to not have the same play game, basically the same playthrough every time. But currently it is somewhat the case. Is what he's saying. The difference will be what he's saying is the map's the same, but the cutscenes will be different depending on your choices. But it's still the same map, so it's not randomly generated, I guess. It's possible we didn't do enough to message this against default assumptions. Man, Gen Exile is $30, 10% launch week discount. Obviously, with the word right now being, you know, the way it is, people are conscious of price, understand that they are reasonable. No, like there are other games that have the same price. Honestly, don't think we are hugely off base here. I don't think so either. What do you guys think about the price, guys? At least not to a degree that's anywhere near explanatory enough. I don't think price high, people just poor, bro. Pricing is... Yeah, but I mean, we looked at other games in the genre and they had the same price. Civilization is on discount right now. Not sure for how long that's been going on. That could be a big reason too, because Civilization is on discount and they are twice as cheap, even 3 times cheaper than the Exile game. How long has this been going on for? Let's see, charts. Price history. They have been on discount since November 3rd. So wow, that's been quite a while actually. Wait. Since November 3rd, they've been on discount. Damn, that's a week. And this game came out in 1 day later. Oh my! Well, if you see Civilization for $10 and in this game, 12 reviews for 26, I could buy almost 3 Civilizations for that. Damn! I think that hurts. Or am I wrong here? I feel like that's a no-brainer. Maybe the sales will get better after Civilization is no longer on Discord. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Presentation and dev is solid. We are an experienced team. Stop referencing your team, man. With the who cares? No one cares. Soundtrack by Immo, one of the. Who cares? Feeling like, see, this is what people like this think matters, but it doesn't. It does not. Feeling like we are at the level of quality above many comparable genre titles at the $20 mark. Name some. Might seem a little thin compared to titles at 40. Well, then, yeah, in between it would be the price to land. Okay, well, you gotta give us some titles that you think are better and that are worse, and then with the price tags. Like, this guy currently doesn't give us much data. I don't understand the reluctance of people at our 30 pro. Oh, God. Bro, Civilization is $10 and you are 30. And you are nowhere near Civilization. If I get these two games, I compare them, and I wanted to spend money, I spent money on Civilization because I can spend more money on another game. That's how I would operate. I would not buy your game because Civilization is better, it's much cheaper, and I save $16. Now I have $16 left over. I could buy myself 2 tuna kebabs, or I could buy myself 2 other games, maybe 3 even. Then I have 4 games instead of 1. He says he fully understands. I fully understand. I see. Yeah. Okay, I apologize. I don't think they are wrong. Okay, that's good, yeah. But I also don't think the explanation for the rather muted response we've seen so far is just that the game's too expensive. I generally do not believe the situation would be transformatively, oh God, different right now if we had launched at 25, maybe at 1999. Could have been different in 1999. That's what I think. And there's a danger to underpricing your game and then giving off the presentation that it's cheap. I don't think so. Guys, do you think that's real? You price your game too low and the people think it's cheap? You think that's real? Is that a real thing? The reason why I'm asking is because of games like Vampire Survivors and Brotato, sorry. Like these very, very cheap games that start out very cheap and then increase their price a bit. It's real for very cheap games. I just don't think it's a bad game. Don't matter with the price. The content is what matters. How many 10 GTDs one Gen Exile worth? I don't know. I don't have a price for my game yet. Like if I can't sell my game right now, so like $5 my game, so 6 10 GTDs at the moment, I guess. What are they hiding? Spectre is erased. Well, of course, this utility. I hate that. But I'm also not interested in participating in some race to the bottom pricing regime. We've seen a ruin that has brought upon the mobile games marketplace. What? Okay, I'm skipping that. The one thing here might we have had our barometer miscalibrated about the idea that most people actually don't like it when games release their price between increase their price. We of course are aware that some games did such an increase. Bro, man, this guy, he didn't even talk. See, you know what baffles me? He wrote so much. Not a single line of text is about what people enjoyed in the game and what they didn't like. Not a single line of text. It's pure data, marketing. It's pure... It's nothing to go off. He's not even... He went into other games and lookalikes a little bit, but he didn't go into like specifics like, oh, people started our game and they really liked that you could build a base and then... I don't know, expand out into these things. But then people didn't like that so much. Like, not a single thing. Really, nothing. It's crazy. How? It doesn't make any sense to me. That's... man. He hasn't even mentioned anything about improving the actual game. Yeah, exactly. Not a single line about gameplay loop and stuff like that. Let me see. On one thing we might had our barometer, blah, 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 blah. Price between, yeah, raising the price, purchases, very no, not reasonable, unreasonable, feel some sentiment work around, trying to avoid, maybe specific umbrage, blah, blah, blah. More subgenre specific, blah, blah, blah. Outreach and marketing, or at least not within the bounds we are able to, which doesn't seem lower than average. You guys have had all the marketing and then some, and a freaking cherry on top, bro. What you talking about? You got featured twice. Listen. That's crazy. If you're thinking I didn't hear about this game, so I must have marketed. No, the thing is we did. At least we did everything within our reach. Yeah, it seems like they did. Like, I kind of believe them, you know? I really do. I believe that they tried to do their best. Because, listen, man, when you get featured in a games show and people play... and then maybe the YouTubers play your game. I don't know how the outreach on YouTube was, but they got a lot of marketing. Did you get that many wish lists? What's the game called? I forgot the game again. Exile something, right? What's the game? Shit. What was the game? Generation Exile. The Primogen was on S-Fund? Cool! Primogen taught me how to fight. That's cool, my man, Mr. Prime. Generation Outreach. Oh my god. Let's see. Generation Outreach. No, wait. It's not Generation Outreach. Am I retarded? Generation Exile. I'm sorry, guys. Generation Exile. That's the YouTube channel. Happens? Launch day trailer. Man, they almost have the same amount of views as my trailer. Bro, this looks ass. This looks so low quality. This looks nice, and then this looks bad. No one played it? Wait, how many emails did you send then? Wait, there's got to be... Wait, they don't even have... Wait, they don't even have the category. Like, for example, when you type in a game, right? Let's see, game. No, wait, that's game trailers 1 year ago. No one played it. No, this guy played it. Harksu. I'm gonna write that guy down. Yeah, no, this guy played it too. Ron Empire. No, that's not true. A couple of people played it. He played it for 3 hours. This guy played it for 1.5 hours. Maybe they got paid to play it though. Let's see. There it is. That's what I was looking for. You can find these categories on YouTube, and then you can find all of the videos associated to this. With this. Oh, it's actually quite a lot. PC Gamer. That looks like the game, yeah. 1 year ago. It's not that many, but it's also not nothing. Lately, it's been nothing, though. Like, I don't see any recent coverage of the game. Yeah, it's not that much. It's a bit more than my game, but yeah, doesn't look that great in terms of YouTube coverage. They are for the demo, yeah. This for the demo. No one played it on release. That's correct. Well, this guy... no, it's a trailer. Wait, 4 views? GameStar TV? Man. What is this? Is this like some off-brand? Okay, that's like some weird... whatever that is. Okay. Yeah, so not much YouTube content coverage. Gotta be honest. Do they have other social media outside YouTube? I don't know. He didn't talk about it yet. We'll see. We had a Next Fest demo announced via PC Gaming. Yeah, you said that before. Or at least we did anything within our reach based on what the best practices indicated we should be doing. Yeah, you need to say how many emails you sent, bro. As I noticed, I sent out so many keys to content creators and press. I kinda believe him though. If he says that he sent out so many, maybe he did. Maybe just no one played. It could be. You don't think he sent more than 50? We had a Next Fest demo announced in the show. Would have been nice if we had a playable that was in the kind of shape that would get content creators' attention months before the Next Fest. Hey, then don't join Next Fest if you don't have a playable demo. Hey? Well, yeah, sure, but as a small team that simply wasn't possible in April 2025. So as to have a 2-month lead on the June, it's E3 but not Summer Games Week, we certainly couldn't justify waiting an entire year. Wait, so you wait a year because of this? Summer Games Week? The common wisdom from people who study all this stuff all day and day is basically with a solid game hitting genre expectations and executing competently on outreach, you can expect percentage to percentage of your wishlist count at launch as 1 week sales. It is not do that, also spend $100,000 on paid content creators placement, have your game published by one of the 2, maybe 3 competent platform relevant publishers out there. What's this guy talking about? And we know social media moves the needle less than it ever. We know social media moves the needle less than it ever did. What? So the answer isn't just, well, should have posted more GIFs on Blue Sky. Bro, who's fucking doing stuff on Blue Sky? Or done more TikTok? Social media can be an absolute black hole of effort. Post on Reddit? Eh? You got 200 upvotes, probably over 100,000 views. Show more interesting stuff of your game. It's not that hard. Eh? Man, where your time and labor actually translates into relative little compared to plowing. And also, fucking get yourself an email merger that writes the same email to 100 people. Just get the YouTubers' emails and write the same template, man. Then you don't have to type all day for like 10 emails. And then you'll be done in 5 minutes. Then you have time for social media posts. Okay, anyways, sorry, I'm getting a bit mad. Again, I don't think marketing and building awareness aren't important. They are, and it's not like we simply did nothing. I think you did a lot, like because of the GameStar thing. Steam pipe and cross our fingers at the very least. I'd say our outreach efforts weren't widely different from the shit people say you're supposed to do. The one thing I could pinpoint really is the YouTube. You have less total combined views on your game with 35,000 wishlists than I have. That's bad, man. That's not good. YouTube is what people use, man. This is what gamers use to find games. And this is what gamers use to just play around and have fun. You have nothing on YouTube. So your marketing on YouTube is just completely void. He got plenty of exposure, yeah, but nothing on YouTube. Price badly, people poor, post on socials. Again, it's nothing, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that there's nothing we could have done better. You could have worked more on the YouTube coverage. But maybe you did send out like 1,000 emails, no one played your game. Don't think you did, but maybe. Obviously, it hasn't taken a rather significant part of my mind since Tuesday. But I also don't have that much reason to believe our efforts were massively out of step with the best advice. Summary. And maybe blah blah blah, some potential perils, EA skepticism. Notice we are really driving into understanding why it's been a sheer difference between the indicators. You have more than welcome to DM me here. If you have, we're very much interested in hearing from you folks. Discord. Now, notwithstanding all the above, we're still committing to working on the game. Cool. We're gonna keep executing our development roadmap and we'll be sharing progress as we go. Obviously, it'll be silly to pretend there isn't a path, which sheer rationality. We aren't taking the source. Okay. Not by a long shot. Okay, so they're still working on the game. We aren't some well-moined mega... Shut up. Stop talking about yourself all the time, man. Rent to pay, groceries to buy, yeah. Yeah, we're 6 people with families, yeah, and we are also 6 people making a game genre, because it's really hard, yeah, Surely there's a lot to be better things than us. We're doing this because we think it matters, okay, of course. Not some hollow causist, yeah, wait, not some hollow causist way. But you already have 2 DLCs? Where is this? You guys said they have 2 DLCs. Where are they? Where are the DLCs, chat? Sustainability edition? Bundle info. Right there. Sustainability pack. And I mean, I don't count the soundtrack as a DLC. Supporter sustainability pack. So basically this is like, oh, we are not doing too hot. How about you support us? What do you get here? What do you get in this? A attire. Don't you say an attire? Option for the player character creator. 1 option? An additional decoration for the player's character companion robot. 1? Custom decorations on the main menu as clear recognition. So, other UI stuff? Like a different button? Bro, I need to sell some DLC. What? I can make 5 buttons in a couple of minutes. You want a gold button, chat? $5, come on. I'm gonna give you a gold button and a gold menu. Come on. Just $5. Come on, bro. It's a little bit. For me, you can support me, you know? I'm not doing too hot. I need to feed my family, you know? So he needs to grow up and have a lot of money. So, please, give me the money. Good grades? Anyways, okay. Because we love the ways the game could talk about the world and just... Oh, God. And making game about sustainability, one thing we've learned. Wait, is this guy trying to appeal to the DEI audience now? Making a game about sustainability? Is this like regenerative energy and stuff like that? One thing we've learned is change happens when people are not content to simply wait for others to make something be different. Change happens when people take steps, no matter how small they may seem, to move the world just a little bit closer. They'd be happier to... What's this guy talking about? I feel like this is when he started drinking or taking drugs. We are tremendously grateful to everyone who's shown interest in what we're doing, even reading this post. I don't think you're grateful for me, I'm sorry. Everyone who has wishlisted as a, I'll keep this on my eyes, has truly done Gen Exile a service. And we are tremendously appreciative that they have done so. And if Gen Exile sounds like something you'd be interested, wishlist button is right here. As a final aside, oh god, I'm 99% sure this is not the case because it sounds like the most dog ate my homework ass thing imaginable. There are 3 to 4 people we have talked to. Both, wow, that many people? Both strangers and friends. That said, I had the game on my wish list but had no idea it came out. And when asked if they got the game on wish list is now available, they said no. So what you're saying is that it's all a bug from Steam. There's this bug on Steam that some games do not get a wish list to notifications sent to their users. Yeah, it's a bug. Like that did actually happen to some people. It did actually, I think. I can't verify because I didn't make these games, but I think it actually did happen. And but for those that did happen to, they got a daily deal as compensation. So if it did happen to them, they would be getting a daily deal. So even if it did happen to them, you're still getting compensated by Steam. So don't even go and try to pull this shit on me, bro. No, I know what you're trying to do here. No, it's not a bug. You're not emotionally manipulating me. Guys, do not get emotionally manipulated. That's what this guy is doing, okay? So here he's making all, like, you know, sustainability. He's trying to appeal to the greater good. And then he's trying to make you feel bad for him. Do not fall for it, okay? Just don't. Hit this guy down! Sorry. Now, I do know at least one person who did get an email. I mean, it's not like there's someone in the office trying email addresses into a database, of course, but if there are some people who get stuck lightning multiple times, maybe... I'm stopping here. Okay. So I looked at the game and I wanted to critique the story and art direction. But when I compared it to another city builder Steam page and their first video, it made me realize exactly the problem with all your marketing. I still have no idea, me too, what the gameplay experience and my goals as a player are going to be from all your trailers. I understand the setting. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Yeah, me too. This was made clear when I watched the first Steam trailer from another city builder, Farthest Frontier. That trailer has no words, no UI, nothing, but it shows a starting building being built and the whole town growing up and then combat and trade and a fully developed city. So what do? You build a city, you try to conquer land and you expand. Easy, right? I guess Command and Conquer is a great word for that, right? But it's already a game. But I don't mean the game, I mean Command and Conquer. Shut the fuck up. People care about the comments. You don't. See you later, bitch. Fuck you. I'm gonna get the thing here. There's a timeout. Play. Bye. Ah, that felt good. That felt good. After watching all of your trailers, let me see, wait, the trailer has no words, no UI. I instantly knew I was building a village from the start to the end, and I could picture myself playing through this experience. After watching all your trailers and the interview, and understanding the backstory and setting, I can't even picture the first building, not to mention the whole of the spaceship. Spaceship? Spaceship? Wait, there's a spaceship? Where? Did we miss something? Where is the spaceship? Is... in the trailer? It says in the description, you are human. You are aboard humanity's first and final generation ship. I don't feel like I'm aboard a ship right now when I look at this. That's not a ship. Das ist eine Plantage in English. Now teetering on the trim of collapse. I guess you were aboard a ship. It crash landed, I guess. So what this guy's describing is like this screenshot right here. Where is it? Show me the destroyed ship. Not the full ship. You had a better screenshot earlier. Like 2 years ago. He doesn't have a destroyed... Maybe it's in the trailer? Yeah. Oh, there it was. That's a destroyed ship. Right? So, this guy is explaining Stardust. Right? Wait. Let's see, maybe he shows a ship. Where's the ship? This terribly animated dog shit lighting Play-Doh looking cutscene is supposed to be the ship. And these guys worked on Baldur's Gate 3. Oh my god, that's so much for just a... What is this doing? Is it watering the land? But it's already watered. Restore the land, but it's already restored. There's water here. There's trees. Why do you need to restore? It's not even barren. Maybe it's because it's already restored here? Yeah, no, this is... Wait, this is inside the ship? Wait, all of this is inside the ship? Nah, bro, nah, no. No, I'm not watching the trailer. No, that's bullshit. You can't fool me. No, absolutely not. Look at the sky. Yeah, I mean, there's a sun here. What do you mean? Wait, maybe here? Here. Wait, so now I see. So now these 3D... I see now. Chat, now these third-person adventures make sense. Because they cannot sell you the vision of being inside a ship from top down. You can't see the ceiling on top down. So what do they need to do? They need to show you a third-person view where you're running around so you can see the ceiling of the ship. Is that the only reason why there's third-person... This is a third-person camera? There you can't see the metal walls, bro. Shut up, who am I? Okay, shut the fuck up, okay? Piss off. Anyways. Great fine, we'll watch the rest of the trailer. Let's see. We were here somewhere. Choose humanity's future. This looks amazing, man. Like, you know, this makes me feel like I'm in a zombie apocalypse, and if I manage this settlement, that would be so cool, bro. And then zombies attack, and we have to build a fence, and then, oh shit, we don't have much to go off. How can we get cozy? Yeah, like a cozy zombie apocalypse. That looks amazing, right? Yeah, you see, like the fences, you don't have strong fences, and you know the zombies are coming. Yeah, right? In space? No, not in space. On planet Earth. We thought we left our deadliest threat behind. Wait, so deadliest threat but not a single combat scene? Okay. That's when the Fire Nation attacked. Which continent on Earth? I don't know, a cool looking one. After watching all of your trailers in the interview and understanding backstory and setting, I can't even picture the first building, not to mention the whole of the spaceship fully constructed. I can't connect the city building to the people, but it was mentioned in the trailer. I watched your marketing stuff and I realized I still have no idea what your gameplay experience is. That's a big factor, huh? We see snippets of game assets, but the gameplay is and scope is unclear. Same. No hook for me whatsoever. Game looks solid. Yeah, the game looks good. But marketing promotion, yeah, you don't know. See, guys, is this a classic example of there is no experience in the game? Is that it? Where is it? Where the hell is it? Did I close the chat? I apologize. Is this a classic example of what is the experience of the game? Living in a ship is the appeal, but they don't show it well, Cakes. Yeah, living in a ship, right? Stardust shows living in a ship, like here. You can literally see the outside of the ship, and it makes you feel like you're gonna fall off the ship when you walk here. He sells this experience very well, in my opinion. I got more Frostpunk vibes than Civilization. Watching you flail around the 50 tabs. I open quite a lot. Okay, I looked it up, someone playing, and I'm still not sure. Cute Frostpunk is my best guess. Thanks, this is really helpful note. I think we have over-calibrated on trying to show the ways in which we have Orkmas and the core city building experience, then infants and I've just what the core experience, you know, is. At least part of that was due to the fact that, I mean, he doesn't seem like he's reluctant. At least for us, the core gameplay was functional, but really difficult to convey to anyone who wasn't directly involved. See, then say what the core gameplay is in one sentence. Now, that game fully exists, no longer the case, so it's really insightful helping how to communicating about this. I was attracted here by the word solar punk in the title. If that's intended, the art direction vibe is very different from what I expected. Okay, let's see. Would love to play a game, but I'm not paying that much money. Thanks for the insight. Helpful. Blah, blah, blah. Skepticism about EA. $30, I think I spent $30 on Factoria when I bought it. I'm not willing to spend that much on an indie game unless I heard incredible things about it. Yeah, reasonable, right? I use $30 for random snacks, impulse purchases at the market. Someone will buy pizza. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, right? Who cares? Okay, minus. Wait, did I minus this guy? Yeah, no, I was gonna minus this guy. Yeah. What is this? Plus, please trust me on this. 80% of people who view your trailer will not understand why this game is set inside a space. Yeah, no, they won't. Most people think it's about a colony. Yeah, strangely yellow planet. The generation ship is a very interesting setting on a paper, but you need to do much better to bring it across. Yeah, people don't understand that you're on a ship. Absolutely. And it looks like Civilization. And Civilization costs $9 right now. I think it's a combination of picture plus EA that's hurting you. Price plus EA. £25 for unknown dev in EA is a lot. I think your best bet is to rush the release ASAP. Okay, yeah. A bit the bullet on the price tag. Most people don't like the price, guys. Thanks for sharing details of your journey. I wish you well. Looks interesting. What kind of game is this? Yeah, most people don't know what the game is about and they think it's too much. To cost too much. Anything else? I don't want to spend 10 days reading that or all of this. Interesting. Thanks for sharing. Couple of thoughts. Sounds like most of your wishes came from events. What is the baseline ratio? Yeah, but like, what did you get per day, right? Were people engaging with the demo consistent? No, they were not. You're not mentioning it, but the narrative aspect may be a bit turn for an early access purchase. People don't like to start something they wait for months to get the ending of the story. I guess that's true too. Price increase is more common than you seem to believe. On the game itself, it's probably very high quality, but lacks... No, I don't think it's a hook. It's just there's no experience. People don't know what they're doing. Good luck. Hope you can turn this around. Yeah, I hope they can turn it around. 7 years? He writes as he would talk. This is really annoying. Yeah, he sounds... Unfortunately, he sounds really annoying. The game looks fantastic, and I immediately thought it's something I want to play. Then I saw the picture, and then I saw the price. Oof. I'll be waiting for a 50% off. Okay. What did you learn from this post? That I gotta bring flowers to your mom tonight, man. That's what I learned. Haha, got him! Price game accordingly. To be honest, I think the price is even okay if it was a full release. But I still, even if the game is inside a spaceship, I still do not understand what you're doing. Because you're not even fighting anything. I guess you're trying to terraform a spaceship? Not even a planet? So like you're inside a spaceship. Why do you even have to change the spaceship to begin with? It's a spaceship. But inside a spaceship you have mountains. Cakes, go ahead. That's nice of you. Your mom told me that she's coming for a visit today. Prepare her some coffee. She's been nice to me. Bro still doesn't understand what a generational ship is. Now that I know it's a spaceship, it seems some kind of Eden project that I'm not sure where the ship retrieves the resources to rebuild the civil. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Like, it's a ship that has mountains and resources, but they are not neatly packaged away, but hidden behind mountains and dirt and, I guess, polluted water. Hey? If Silksong is $20, I think it's still fine to sell your game for $30. Like, for example, here. RimWorld sells for that much too. $30. And then Stardust is still selling. You could say, well, he says it himself, okay, so I can say it too. Stardust is RimWorld from Wish. So, still $30. Still quite a lot of players. I don't see a problem at all with this price tag, depending on the genre. Because people expect this price tag, right? Because of the genre. It's $29.99, that's why it works. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, man, what a long intro. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I get what you guys are saying, but... like, usually people look at other games in the genre. I really think that for this game, it's Civilization. Sitting at $9 at the moment. RimWorld is base game price. There's like 5 DLC. Yeah, but I mean, if the base game is that good, right? And you're making a game like RimWorld, and you're kind of competing on the content level, then I think it's $30 is fine. 35k with wishlist with 300 copies. Terrible conversion. Yeah. I mean, we looked at their demo. Where is it? Man. We looked at their demo and it immediately dwindled down to no players at all. There was already a strong indication that it's not doing too hot. Like a couple of days and it's sitting at 1 to 2 players. That's not that great. Let's work. Yeah, let's work. Anyways, let's move on. Man, I gotta close these tabs. Holy shit. Looks like a game that didn't get playtested enough. Yeah, a little bit both, I think. Because, like, in this entire post, he never once talks about the gameplay experience. Not a single time. That's what makes me... It makes me question if it's ever gonna increase, if it's ever gonna get better. Anyways, great post, Super Cool. Thank you very much, you guys. It's Super Cool's fault for linking this post. Okay, we would have been already making good progress in Unity. But it's his fault, okay, not mine. Never again. Let's spawn 1,000 enemies. Blame me, Super Cool. I've seen a game released 2 months ago with 0 reviews, still updating, lol. Okay. 1,000 enemies. Yeah, shall we do a for loop and then see if the game crashes on 1,000 enemies? Will you learn ECS? We'll see what we do. Unity again? Yeah, until Friday. While loop? It doesn't matter if it's for or while loop, bruh. Let me see. So in the word manager, I think we have this for loop, right? And we just gotta get... we have the skull boy. Do we have that already? We don't. So this is where we create a prefab, I think. By the way, no, before I do that, there's one thing we gotta do. When do we crossfade? Here. Wait, but I should only be... Why is he continuously running to me? I feel like I need to play this animation once and then crossfade back. So what's happening right now is the following. What I'm trying to do here is the enemy attacks, and then he's supposed to do the attack and not cancel it, like immediately walk again, right? So the moment he attacks, he should continuously attack. That's what I want to code in real quick before we spawn 1,000 enemies. Sounds like you need a state machine. I suppose I do. Hit timer. Attack on hit. Flame particles looking good. Oh, glad you like it. Scope creeping? No, it's gameplay, you dummy. What are you talking about? We are crossfading to the attack animation. I only want to crossfade back to running and run if we are in attacking. I guess I can do an animation state, I guess, huh? And then we'll do... I guess we need a float attacks per second. Serialized field. Private float attacks per second. Let's do 1.0f. Put a check in the start of the animation and release the check in the end of the animation as an animation event. The flame aura should animate and flicker. Yeah, it should. On animation finished? Yeah, maybe. I want to do it in code because I think it's easier. We have attacks per second. And... I think we do it like this. We need a... I wonder if I can put it here. shit. Enum. Animation state. I guess that doesn't work, huh? Enum class? Why does that not work? Can I not put this on the stack? Is that not possible? Now I can. No. That does not work. So C# doesn't allow that. Sad, fine. We'll put it outside. It's a bit annoying. Maybe it didn't have a public and stuff. Oh no, that's not it. Okay, so we can put it inside. You have to create an object for the enum. Really? So what you're saying is the following. I have to do this animation state. And then we have a private animation state, anim state. Or let's just call it state. Is anim state run. Wait, it does it like that? Wait, by default it's not an int. It's a class. What if I do this? Can I do that then? No. Interesting. So it's always a class, even if I define them as ints. Right? Fine. It's okay. I just wanted to learn. Okay, so essentially what we're doing is we are doing if checks. Very, very simple if checks. And what I like doing is first I do the code, what we do inside the state. So for example, if state is the same as running. We are running. Okay, well, of course, we are running. Chase the target, right? And now, also, we need to crossfade. We can put it at the top because crossfade happens once, right? I can even put a comment here. This only happens once. Can be so it can be put here, or this can be put in the condition to go for running. In the transition to running, I guess. In the transition to running. Can you explain the Unity price model, Cakez? I didn't deep dive it too much, but as far as I understand, the following happens. For Unity 6, I'm speaking to Unity 6. When you use Unity 6 by default as a personal license, you get a you can earn up to 200,000 revenue without having to pay Unity any money. You don't have to have a Unity splash screen, it's optional. And then past the 200,000 mark, you are sharing revenue with Unity. Or you need to upgrade your license of Unity. Past that point, I don't know exactly. And the 200k resets yearly, Cakez. Yeah. So like what I'm talking about, the 200k is per year, right? So you earn 200k in the first year, and then maybe you earn 150 in the next. You're good to go. Which I think is great. I think it's good. Because Unity is very powerful. Might not be the best for 2D, but it's very good. So Unity will never see a cent from you? Shut up, bro. Like, you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, chase. Now, here's the condition. Condition for attacking. We need to get the distance to the player when we are attacking. Excuse me. And if that is, then we set the state to animation state attack. And we crossfade to attacking. And so then I'll just do an else if. State is animation state attacking. You know what I just coded? Not finished yet, but I just coded a state machine. When I started learning to code... No, it is. It's a state machine. This is literally a state machine. Here's the condition to the other state. You can put other conditions for other states. And here's the other state, and here's the first state. And you can add as many states as you want to. That is the simplest state machine possible. And when we are attacking, I want to get the float attack delay, which is 1.0f, so 1 second divided by the attacks per second. Now, attacks per second should never be 0, right? So we gotta be careful, otherwise we divide by 0. Use switch case. It doesn't matter if it's switch case or not. I like using this more than if or else, but you can also use a switch case. I like if else for this. What can you do? Okay, and then we need some sort of attack time, which is the time that it takes us to attack, like to finish the animation. And then once we are done, we try to switch back to running if we are out of range. If we are not out of range, we keep attacking. We always do the range check after we are done attacking. Now, this is what I would do in a 2D game, the attack delay, and then animate the sprite sheet based on the attack delay. Basically, that means if I attack 1 time a second, over 1 second, I'm animating the sprite sheet. In this case, we have a pre-baked animation in Unity, and it's a bit more difficult. So essentially, I need to ask the animation if it's done playing this frame. I wonder if that is possible. So the Skull Boy has an animator. It's Unity stuff, by the way. I'm pretty sure that is much easier in others. But here we have the attack clip. And if we click on the Skull Boy again, it's a bit annoying, but yeah. We can see here that the entire animation takes, I think actually it's a second. I think it actually takes an entire second to play. Let me see. Is it a second? Not sure. Let's play. That looks like a second to me. And now I need to have some sort of callback or something that says, so we can't really use this attack delay, but we need the animator dot animation finished or something. Let's see. Let's Google that. And also I'm gonna unpause. I'm gonna skip the fuck cakes. Oh, I'm gonna skip that from Cupertino too. Hello IQ, that's your message. Alright, so this is what we learned the other day. Let me see, Animator, Unity,
Hope you have a good time, Cakez and Chat Pepe Neil.
Clip finished. Is there an event? How can I check if an animation is playing or has finished? It's gotta be a code trick.
Cringe.
Use the animator, then you should be something like...
I don't want to be like Cakez.
Damn, this is actually looking good. Easily a mixed review / mostly positive.
Ouch. Is there no callback? With current animation as animation state info. Hey, I'm not dead! What happened? Is animator playing? I thought I died! Avoid any reload. Road in my state faults, just have to leave the state. Toggle animation, power on. Place off animation. Ah, that's all the stupid bulls. That's really complicated. God damn it, it's not as simple as I hoped. Maybe someone in chat has an idea? Mech anim is not that great. Time to write your own solution. What are you trying to do? What's the reason for knowing it? It's 12 samples is 1 cycle. Yeah, I know. What I want to do is, before I start the next animation, I want to check at the end of the animation. I want to do it. Like, I can't do the following, right? I don't really like doing it, but at the end here, I think you do it here, right? You put in an animation event, and then you call a function on the enemy that says on attack finished, right? And then on attack finished, but it's completely disconnected now. That's what I don't like. You have like a void, or public, I guess, public void on attack finished, and then if, and then this is when we have to do all of that again. We have to do this entire thing and check that again. If we are still in distance, or if we are no longer inside the player's range, we start walking, right? I don't like that too much because it now completely disconnects the state machine code. Like, I have code in here, that's what I'm doing in attack. Well, nothing. I do nothing in attack. That's the problem. I do nothing. This is completely empty because the code in the attack function is here. That is called through the animation player. And now through the animation player, I play other code to finish and check if I need to swap to running. You can wait a second in code. I think that's bad. But okay. If you don't care about which animation is playing, you could just do a quick state info normalized. Nah, it's fine. We'll do this. On attack finished. If we are... If the player is out of range. Player distance is greater than our distance. Then we set the stage back to running. There you go. And I guess I'm gonna put a comment in here that says nothing is completely handled by animation events in the clip. This is the oops stuff, I guess, huh? Use an event. I could also use an event, but I need to know inside the code here if I need to check on the distance, and it's really difficult to do that check. At least I couldn't find anything in terms of code, so it's fine, whatever. Let's just move on. This should work. Now the enemy should only run to me when he's not attacking. Let's test. Let's hope this works. Yeah, Unity has this animation controller. And it's like basically a bunch of lines inside. They're like here. No, here. Here's the enemy. I know. But we watched a tutorial in the very beginning that said you should avoid this. A bunch of lines in here. Put it better in code with crossfade. And so that's what we're doing at the moment. I like code a bit more. It's a combination of the two at the moment. We'll see how good that works. It's fine by me. Oh, wow, it... Shit! No! Oh, it doesn't have a function. Man, it worked, guys! Amazing! It actually worked. That's cool. Awesome. Man, that's cool. Bruh. On attack, finished. Nice! Let's test. I like the combo. Seeing some code is nice. Yeah, I think the combo is fine for now, because for me it feels manageable. Ooh, look at that, chat. He stops to attack. Like a real Giga chat. Nice. That, like, this is what enemies would do anyways, right? Aha! Okay, cool. So now that we have this, it's time to spawn 1,000 enemies. Let's turn this into a prefab first. So the Skullboy is now a prefab. Then we delete this guy. And we put the Skullboy into the world. Skullboy object is this. And then we also need enemies, which is this one right here. That's where we spawn them on. Excuse me. Well, let's open up the world manager. Clean, you like it? It avoids culling objects out of the box. No, we are doing it now. We're testing 1,000 enemies now, bro. Enemies object. Okay, let's put that enemies object in here. What are we testing this for? Well, for performance. We want to see how well that goes, huh? Of course, mate. Alright, we're just gonna do the entire loop for enemies. The same way as for Palisades, but we're gonna do... Let's start with 100, okay? Now, I want to spawn enemies at random locations. That's all I want to do. But I want them to have a minimum distance. So I think it's easier to say... I want a float distance to be a Unity engine. Random.range. From, let's say, I don't know, this is in units, right? What is world size again? Yeah, this is in units. I don't know, let's say 24 units to 32 units. And then we do a float. Or how do I do that in code? How did I do that in code again? I need 2 angles, I think. I don't know what this is again. Don't know. Don't know. One is random. Wait, Unity engine.random.range. And now it goes. Now, how did I do that? Like, I need to quickly open up my code. File open, new window. Like, I have this in my own engine. Let's see, random position. Control F, you dumb idiot. Random range. Speed. Target position. Random range. Trying to find where I generate a random... Basically, what I'm doing is I'm doing a cosine and sine function thing with random range. And I think I do a tangent or something to get a random normalized vector. And then I use the range to multiply the vector by, and I have like a proper random circular spawning radius. But I forgot how I coded that. It's been too long ago. So I'm gonna find that real quick. Man, I have 100 random range in my game. Where is it? Come on. Now that's 10. Where the hell is that? darkness. Random angle. Fuck. No. I think this is what I did. Random direction, random distance, position. I guess that's it, huh? Okay, let's see. So I have copied some code here. First I regenerate a random direction. That would be from 0 to... And then we have this random range thing here, right? So we can use this. Random direction or random angle. That would be random range from 0 to tau. There we go. Now, the random direction comes into play when we take... And now I don't know, math.direction. Do we have a direction? Direction up. So I kind of need to have an up direction, which I guess I could do a new vector 2. Wait, vector 2? Here it is. Dot. Wait. Vector 2, I think up. Dot rotate. How do I rotate that now? By the angle. No? Math? Rotate? Is it quaternion that rotate, chat? It's just sine angle, cosine. I guess you're right. I don't need to call yeah, okay, let's do that. New vector 2 sine a math dot sine. Is it sine first or cosine? I feel like it's cosine first, right? Random angle. Math dot cosine. Random angle. Now we have the random direction, we have the random dist. And then we have a vector 2. Random position, which is... well, we need the middle, right? I guess we do random direction from the middle. Plus times random dist. And it doesn't matter if there's already an enemy there. We're just gonna spawn it anyways. Let's see what happens. 100 enemies. Oh no, this is tree object, of course. We want to instantiate the skull boy object at the position on the enemies object or transform. Random rotation, if you mean random rotation. This is fine. Because it's this angle is in radians. And now I'm assuming that sine and cosine act on the radians here. And then that'll give us a normalized direction. Which should work. Like, I do the exact same thing in my game. And it's literally just floating point values. You know. But okay, let's see. Now we are spawning 100 enemies. Before we were running at 6 milliseconds on the CPU, but that's because of the editor. So let's see how long or how slow the game is now. The variable of the player enemy has not been assigned. Oh, I see. I need to assign the player. How do we do that? Because the enemies don't have the player assigned to them. We start with 100 and then slowly do that. I need to assign the player. Shit. How do we do that? When we spawn the enemy, we need to find the player. Get the instanced value. Well, I can make the player public. Where is it? Oh, it's already public. Well then, does instantiate return me the game object? So that would be, can I do enemy? Enemy? No. As enemy? No. As enemy? No? Shit. You need to call get component. On the game object. Object instantiate get component enemy. Is that annoying? What if it couldn't instantiate? No need to find anything. Yeah, we have the player reference. You could just enemy setup player. Yeah. You can check if null before. After instantiate. Thank God Godot does not have this problem. Yeah. Dot get component. Enemy. Enemy is. If enemy? Are you guys sure it's get component enemy? Because it's the class here. Can't I just cast this as enemy? Like this? No? Why not? It's just the mono behavior. You need to call get component. Yeah, but I did. That does not... Wait. Maybe it does. Sorry, I apologize. Maybe I forgot the opening and closing brace. If we have enemy, then enemy.player is player. I think it's called player here, right? Yeah. Okay, so we assign the player here. Good stuff. Where you have skull object, change that to the to enemy in the inspector. Oh, I could also do that. Okay, good to know. It will instantiate the game object. You have the class reference by default. No need to get component. Okay, well, next time we do that. But okay, for now, this is fine. We do 100 first. I want to see the performance on 100 first. Okay, chat. Are we running? Will we run at 100 FPS without any optimizations? Spawning 100 enemies. What do you guys think? 30 FPS? What's the FPS count gonna be? No, it didn't crash. It was from before. 70? 100 is nothing? Yes? 53? 69? 15? 12 FPS, really? For 100 enemies, it will be 60 plus easy. Okay, now, I don't know. We are running in the editor. I'm hoping that we will get at minimum 60 FPS. I'm hoping that we'll stay above the 60 FPS threshold. Let's see. Guys ready? Drum roll. Yo, we're running above 100 FPS. Oh my god, I can't move. God damn. Okay, good. Working well. And they all overlap with each other. So let's see. Can I avoid these guys? Oh my god, I can't avoid. They're all running. Goodness. Now, I don't know what happens if they all have colliders, right? We should probably make them... Should I give them all rigid bodies now? So they cannot collide with each other? Should I do that? Before we move on? How do we do that? Wait, they don't collide with themselves? What's the point of this case? This is my first time making an enemy in Unity, my friend. I have never coded an enemy in Unity, my friend. This is the first time I added a chase script into Unity. I don't know what you do to spread them out. I'm assuming that you put in a rigid body so they don't collide with each other, okay? So that's why they don't collide with each other right now, because it's my first time! Do 1,000? Should we do 1,000 before we put physics on them? Okay, we'll do 1,000. We'll do 1,000. Okay, FPS. 1,000 will tank performance a bit. Physics first. You have 5 years experience of game dev, Cakez. That's why you should know how Unity works. Because that's what you've been doing for 5 years, right? It's not like you've been coding in C++ for 5 years. No, you've been secretly learning Unity and how the engine works and what you need to do for physics and how to spread enemies. That's what you need to do, right? So how can you know that you need to put your rigid body in some enemy so they don't overlap with each other? You can't see anything. Idiot. You secretly no. Okay. How much FPS? Chat. How much? Will we still be above 60? With 1,000 enemies? 69. 35. At least 85. That much? Yeah? You guys think I'll be above 60? With 1,000 enemies? Just use the box collider, Cakez? I don't know. Don't I need to be a physical object so I don't overlap with other enemies? 40 FPS. 1,000 is roughly 30. Over 9,000. 55. I don't think we'll be above 60, chat. Full sure above without colliders, yeah? Let's see. Oh my god, it's 4 FPS! What? Aha! It's 1! That's so bad! Oh my god! Okay, so your PC... Ah, it's my PC, so... 0.6. Goodness! So yeah, we can't spawn 1,000. Do they have colliders, Cakez? Yeah, okay, so this is the enemy prefab. This is my first time spawning 1,000 enemies. And don't I double click and then it opens up the... Ah, here. This is the Skull Boy. We have 2 colliders, but they don't collide with each other. We have a... I want to use this ground collider, I guess, to spread out with other units. How do we do that? Check if you have GPU instancing. How do I do that? "20 minutes behind the wall at the Generation spaceship game. I imagine as you move the camera, you're already moving inside the cylinder, the ship." Hey, how's it going? Hey, Huckley, how you doing, bro? Good. Hope you're doing good too. If you use burst mode, you will get 800 FPS. At 1,000 PB in the same situation. Okay, bro. I don't believe that at all. Where's the burst collider ship thing that you talk about all the time? What should I do to get like 800 FPS right now? Huh? It has transform, it's even worse. Calling update 1,000 times is not efficient. Yeah, see, like that's my first time using Unity. That's what everyone would do, right? Now we need to figure out, first, how do we spread out the enemies? Physics is the bottleneck here. Use physics layers in simple collision shapes like circles. And try given enemies only one collider if possible. Well, I have a hitbox on enemies though. And a ground collider. The hitbox is used for the player. The ground collider is used for other enemies. You need to prepare a lot of setup. Unfortunately, you can't use this with standard objects in physics. Remove the game object and use draw mesh instance. You can check the profiler to see what's tanking so much frame time. Okay, let's see. Let's play again. What's tanking so much here? Where can I see that? Oof. Man, 900 ms. Oh my god. It's CPU? Yeah, no, I know it's CPU. But which function? How do I open the profiler? 2049 badges? Window? Yeah. And then what? Window analysis profile. Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Man. What now? Click the pause button. Is this the pause button? It doesn't give me... Like, is the red button the pause button? You need to tell me where the pause button is. Where you click play, click the pause button. I don't click... Oh! I see. In the engine. I get it now. Alright, chat. So the render loop took... Wait, render loop took that long? Editor loop. Okay, guys. Now what? Oh my god. Update scene. Player loop. Can I go into these? Can I not click on them? Switch from timeline to hierarchy on the left. Hierarchy. Profiler flush counters. What? Memory counters. Object count. Eh? What? Go to a different frame? Where? It's really hard to see, man. How do I see the frame? I don't see the frame on the hierarchy. Doesn't really help this view. Full screen? I mean, it's all to the right. Why can I not drag this to the left? It's really annoying. This one here? And then hierarchy. Player loop. Update scene. Director update animation begin. So this one here. Process frame. Animators update. Fire animation events and behaviors. Oh, I see. Wow, that is so bad. So essentially what this is saying is that the stuff we just coded is dog shit. What? So essentially what this is saying is when we look at Skullboy in the animator. Maybe go one deeper in the attack. I think it's the attack function here. No, actually, it's already on running as well. Go one deeper. Yeah, let's see. Fire animation events. No, it's the fire animation events. The attack. On attack finished. Yeah, so it's the attack animation thing. Invoking that. Oh my god. Bro, that's insane. I have to be honest. Calling a function is that slow? It's the physics overlap circle all. It takes 30%. Which, okay, I can get behind that. Calling this. But it's only 30% of this call. Use non-alloc overlap version. Do physics no alloc? Why is it so slow? I don't know. I didn't code the engine. I can't tell you. No, emulate, like, I guess use layers? Because it's managed code. Applebox, thank you very much for subscribing.
Am I so out of touch? No.
Applebox20 just subscribed.
Give me a sec. 2.5 megabytes seems crazy. Events use a reflection with a lot of trash. I don't think it's an event. Or is it? Give me a sec, chat. Just had to get myself some Coca-Cola here. Because that seems like a problem we have on our hands, yeah? And I need some sugar. There's so many things to optimize. You don't even use any pools here. Sure, I don't have pools, but I only allocate the enemies once right now at startup, right? So pools are very good for example, projectiles, where you have a bunch of spawning and the despawning all the time. So you don't want to allocate and deallocate game objects. You just reuse a part of the pool. Understand that. Pools are simple. However, this is not a situation for a pool. You're blasting out arrays every new frame. So you guys should saying I should not use the alloc thing here. Let's do that first, right? Whoops. Let's do no alloc. Let's see. There's no alloc. There's no alloc. Hey, how you doing, Poseidon? Good morning, man. Use physics? Override with array as parameters? I see. And then you guys are saying I should use layers? Casually allocating 2.5 gigabytes. No, it's not 2.5 Is it? No, it's not 2.5 gigabytes. It's megabytes. It's megabytes, mate. It's not gigabytes. So it's not that bad, bro. Instead of colliders, you could just use a square distance check to the player. No, because I mean, we could literally, I could yoink the circle collision code that I have in my game. I could literally yoink that. But man, that's crazy. Sorry. Excuse me. You don't need circular collision. Square distance is going to be filthy fast in compare. No, I understand that, sure. But I want to avoid a situation like this. Watch, man. So let's say the player is here and the enemy is here. And he's currently loading his weapon and he's slashing in this direction, right? Now, by the time the guy slashed, the player moved from this position to this position. Now, distance-wise, he still has the same distance, or even less. He would still be hit. I don't really like that. I feel like that is... If I was designing a game and I keep the player in mind, the player would hate me for this. Overlap circle non-alec doesn't seem to exist, mate, Tommy. Use physics to the overlap. We called that. I mean, I guess overlap circle. But overlap circle only gives us one. There's an... Okay, what if we do collider? 2D array. Colliders. Hit. Is new collider to the array. I guess it needs to be... But now it's on the stack, right? Oh, sorry. Colliders, of course. Now it needs to have no... Check player and enemy rotation before the damage deal. Disable the enemy flip while attack animation. Here's the player direction, here's the flip. We could only do that on running. Sure. It's a nice idea though. Gotta be honest, I like your style, mate. I like your style because it's great. I appreciate that, my friend. That's a good idea, mate. So we'll put that code into this function right here. Into that state of the state machine. And so he's only gonna flip in that, and now it's gonna take the player direction as long as it's running, and now it's attacking. It is the same thing. And now as it's attacking, have an idea. If this works, it's great. Do I store the attack there? I do. Nice. I love it. Is it? Yes. So store the last attack direction. Chat, I have the animator and I have the clip. Can I get a percentage progress of the animating clip right now? So in C++, right, in like a generic engine that I write, I would be animator.current clip.pro. Give me a second. .current clip. Ah! Stop! Now I can't type that in here. So like... current clip dot progress, right? And then would be a float progress. And then if progress is less than or equal to 0.5, and then I would put a comment here, follow the player's direction on wind up of the attack. If it's less than or equal to 0.5, then we get the attack direction. Right? As long as we are winding up the attack, we follow the player. The moment we are deciding on where to attack to, we don't do that. But I guess we can't do that in Unity, right? That would be too easy. Reply? Maybe put collider set as a private field on each enemy and reuse that on attack to avoid allocating cakes? Add cakes. At Cakez, hello. Why don't you use JavaScript for such a complex logic? Hey? Hello there, Xbox. I just got here. I heard rumors of adding 1,000 entities in Unity. Can't even handle that. How's that gonna make you feel, Cakez? We are doing it wrong. It's obviously possible. We are just doing it wrong. It's the first time. We are learning. Okay? Trying to shit on Unity here, bro. What you talking about? Wait, it's 2.5 megabytes 1,000 times over? No way. So where did you use physics overlay serper to override? Use a span of collider to D. Collider to D will heap allocate. But that's bad, isn't it? AQ? Overlap circle, the integer return value is the number of results written into the results list. The results list will be resized if it doesn't contain enough elements to report all results. You guys, I know what it is. No, chat, I know what it is. Even if I do that, it will not fix the issue. No, you know why? Because as all of the enemies pile up around the player, let's say the player is red and all the enemies pile up and bump into each other. Any attack, any circle, let's say this is the attack circle, will overlap with all of the enemy colliders. And what we are doing here is when we attack, we are skipping the colliders of the enemy and the tree. So if I have 1,000 enemies, one enemy attacks, I get 1,000 collisions. That is the problem. It's not that we are, yes, also the problem is that we are allocating 2.5 megabytes, but we are allocating 2.5 megabytes because we are hitting 1,000 colliders. So how about we don't hit 1,000 colliders? How about that first? And then we'll try to fix overlap circle after that. No, the new keyboard is not stacked versus heap. So, should I use layers here? Sadly, this doesn't work, but okay. Unity is not Gigadog, super cool. Okay, we have a little bit of an issue here, but we can fix it. Cakez move enemies into their own layer? Yes, layers.
Am I so
okay.
out of touch?
So everyone says layers.
No.
Sinus Keys
Correct?
just subscribed.
Yo.
You should use fixed update only for physics stuff. Don't use it for settings, animator values and so on.
I guess. It works fine though, but I guess. It seems to work fine though. Why not?
My friend, I really appreciate that you subscribe, and I appreciate the help too. Here's one thing though. You're telling me what not to do, but you're leaving out why. So I don't really learn anything from that. The only thing that it does is confuse me. And for a noob, and for a noob, my friends, that would make them very unsure of themselves of what to do. So instead of telling me what not to do, you can do that, but at least also need to tell me why not to do that, and maybe explain a little bit further on what could be used instead. That's how I can learn, and chat maybe even too, right? Because I'm pretty sure people in chat had the same issue before. I'm not the first one that tried to do this and then had issues optimizing a couple of enemies, right? Not the first one. I won't be the last. You don't need dots? No, like, oh, there's sponges. Hello there, sir. I have a question. Nice. See, like, now we can get back seated. But, guys, okay. Get comfortable. Okay, so, sir, I have a question.
So we have a situation here where we have we have about 1,000 enemies that are all hitting the player. Like these are 1,000 enemies, and it kind of blows the physics out the window, because on attack they are calling physics overlap circle all. And it happens to be that all of the enemies create an overlap circle that is also detecting all of the enemies themselves. So if one enemy attacks, it overlaps 1,000 collisions. It finds 1,000 collisions. So would you consider layers for this? So when an enemy attack, they are only colliding with, let's say, the player's layer and let's say the tree's layer, and the enemies cannot detect themselves. Is that the first step? The method you're using creates 2.5 megabytes of garbage per frame. You have to switch to non-garbage collected physics checks. Okay, what is a non-garbage collected physics step? What is that? But if you're doing 1,000 enemies, you have to consider dots or not rely on game objects. Yeah, okay, I want to avoid that for now, because I feel like that would be a project in and of itself. I first want to make like a basic game and I want to see how much I could push this, right? So I would have to use a different function here. Is that what you're saying? Cake's whole code is gonna be... My code is great, man. What you talking about? It's actually enough if they don't perceive each other. Also, surprisingly, Physics 3D, NVIDIA Physics, is threaded and much faster than Physics 2D. Switch to 3D Physics. Oh, Box 2D is Physics 2D? Wait, I'm using Box 2D? I feel like I bought the premium menu and then they just went to McDonald's and pretended to make me a burger. What the hell? I didn't... Really? Excuse me. Goodness. Damn. Okay. Oh, goodness. Cakez hates Vector 3. I learned this the hard way in Bloody Rally Show. I had to switch from 2D to 3D. Oh. Okay, well, and what about layers? Would you consider layers as the last question? I'll update to 3D physics too. But first, I feel like I need to do layers, yeah? Try layers, it's no code. Okay. Yeah, definitely use layers. I'll only check the layers. Okay. Fine. Let's test. So we have prefabs. And let's start with the Skullboy guy. What do I put here? Do I make a new layer for the Skullboy? Oh, wait. How do I do that? The hitbox of the Skullboy, right? Needs to be a layer. Just make a player layer. Make a player layer. Okay, player. Okay. Then your overlap can check only for the player layer. Problem is, the palisade should also be hit. Exit play mode? Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't save the layer, did I? Of course. You can also select which layers to collide with each other in the project settings physics matrix. By default, Everything collides with everything. With a layer mask. You could check multiple layers with a layer mask. Okay, player and objects. Or buildings. Guys, a palisade, a house, a tower. What is this? Is it a building? Or is that an obstacle? What is it? Damageable? No, because the enemies are also damageable. So player, enemies, and then I guess objects. Let's do this. Okay, okay. Now the hitbox here is an enemy. That's the hitbox. Yeah. Why was it not visible? Why was this not visible, guys? Hey? Why is this not visible? Did I do something wrong? Hint. Make the Unity editor a way different color if it's a play mode, so you'll always know if you're in play mode, you'll thank me later. You only see it? No, I always saw the colliders. I always saw them. Gizmos disabled? Oh. I guess it was Gizmos. Yeah. In the colliders, you can also use exclusion layers. Okay, cool. Yeah, Cakez is a really good Unity guy as well. He came from Unity, actually, and then he switched to C++. Interesting. Interesting choice here, mate. Ground collider. Layer objects. Good. Boom. And people told me the issue with these layers is that player, hitbox, player, strings. Right. So you don't want to do string comparisons too much in your code. So what you want to do, maybe... I got an idea here, chat. What do you guys think? That's what I think here. Public, static. Read only. Player layer. I mean, this is a string. That would be the player. And now I will only use the player layer. And then over here we have the objects layer. Did I call it objects and then enemies? This is garbage? Yeah? Is that really garbage? Use a layer mask? Okay, how do I see a layer mask? Okay, this is garbage, fine. Layers are better than tags because you have a layer mask. In code? Layer mask data type. Alright, okay, you guys, you could set it in the expector. Layer, serialize, okay. So on the enemy, you guys say, right? Interesting. I guess we'll put it here. Serialize field. Private. Layer mask. Underscore. Damage. Oh God. Damageable layers. Damageable layers. We'll put that on the enemies and the player. We'll copy the underscore. No, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess. We don't do that. Because I have a different style and this breaks convention. Okay. Is that the thing that I saw like a million years ago when I first learned Unity? Is that this thing? Player. Oh shit, I can only do one though.
Or can I? No? Ah, cool. It looks like you can only do one, but you can do more. Interesting. Quick, I guess I'll have to do in code. I mean, we do the attack here in a script. No, actually, that's fine. Let's get the enemy as well. Cool, thank you very much, guys. That's cool. We're gonna hit the player. And we hit... I guess we hit objects too. Good. That will do a lot already. Overlap circle all. Layer mask. Damageable layers. Okay, thank you guys. Let's see. I don't think it's gonna improve the performance too much because it was already lagging when the enemies approached me. But maybe this is better now. Bitch. Guys, how much do you think this will improve performance? By how many %? Taking bets now. Thank you. Pay money, dude. Wait, I have money for you. How much? 5? You on 5? Give me a sec. See you in 5 minutes. Boom! 3 instead of 2. Worst performance, layer mask, crazy expensive. 100% performance improvement, so 2 FPS. Good luck, brother. Thank you. 70 FPS? There's no way it's 70 FPS, man. I mean, oh, wow, it goes up to 50 FPS now. When they are at me, but when they're running to me, it's okay. Now we're cooking. Now we gotta fix the running code. Wait, so window. Was that again? Shit. Analysis, I guess? Profiler. So we add the profiler. We play. And we pause. Right? And now, how do I select the frame again? I can't see a frame here. Is that a frame? I don't understand. How do I select the frame, chat? This one here. Player loop, update scene. Or is that... Wait, is that a past recording? I feel like that was a past recording. This looks more like it. You selected a frame. How? I can't see anything, man. Is there a way to zoom this thing? Why is this so dumb? What, like... Who coded this? That was a past recording, right? Yeah. Clear. How about this? We clear and try again. Sorry, chat, but let's try that again. Okay, stop. Now let's select the frame. Yeah, that's it. Here. And then we do hierarchy. It is the player loop again. Not sure what that means. Fixed update. Run script run behavior and then 2D fixed update. Fixed simulate. Transform changes, guys. Ow, I have a headache. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, okay. What was that? Destroy shapes? Why are you destroying something? Is that the colliders go in sleep mode when they don't move? Too many collisions from enemies? Have a bad headache too. Wait, sorry, YouTube chat wasn't updating. I apologize, you guys. Give me a sec here. Cakez started believing in Unity. Drink some water. Yeah, I don't have one right here now. Disable collision between enemies. I don't have collision between enemies, I think. Maybe disable that.
That would fix it? Really? You're moving static objects or moving objects by transform, hence this lag, Cakez. Hey, Cakez. Hope the Unity experience have treated you good so far. Thank you, appreciate that. It's been okay. Learning a lot. Flow field pathfinding when? Yeah, that would be an improvement. I think I'll save that, because I don't think there'll be anything Unity related that we do here, and we just get the tile we are on and do a flow field from there, and then I think that would be more interesting than something like Raylip or something. Adding a rigid body might help. As the guy said, you have collisions between them, but you're moving disregards of collisions, so it doesn't look like it. Okay. So, rigid body, you guys say. Like what I was proposing. Okay. Put a rigid body here. Rigid body 2D. Anything... The physics material, is that of the player? Plus change your collision matrix? Collision matrix. Yeah, you think I know what that means, bro. Edit project settings. Physics to do layer collision matrix. What is that? The layer collision matrix. Enemies should not collide with enemies. But I kind of want them to collide. That's the thing. And then I remove the rigid body for now to see if that does anything. Just to test real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I'll try first, yeah. I mean, it's a bit better, but not much. Didn't do much. Unless it didn't save it. Because I was still in play. No, it... Meh, yeah. You can implement some smart distance creation through code for probably... Rigid body might help. That static thing really fucks with it. Profile it. Okay, we'll profile it. Where's the profile window? It's still recording, right? So, oh god, why can you not zoom? It pisses me off so much. It's all the way to the right. You can't even see the frames, man. Why is the only... I just do not understand the UI of these guys. What is wrong with you? Zoom in. Retards? Sorry, I apologize. It makes me mad. Because it's so good, yet so bad. Fixed update. Simulate. Sync transform changes. So it's this issue here. I'm not using physics to move the enemies. I'm using the transform. I remember zooming in. I tried a combination. Yeah, I tried Alt. I tried Shift, Control, Alt only. Then all of these together and then dragging. Nothing works. I don't know what it is. Object pooling doesn't really help if you just update 1,000 enemies because they're already allocated. While the initial allocation is slow, you then just have 1,000 enemies that don't die. And that's the slow part at the moment. I would just look closer. No, that's really bad. Maybe you just drag a line or something? Right click? Middle mouse? Bro, like these guys just don't know how to code UI. They are so unable to code UI. But whatever, it's fine. It's okay. We're expecting this at this point. We'll put a rigid body on this guy. And then we do physics move. So I have to copy the player though. Player has a rigid body that is dynamic. And then has player physics, whatever that circular collider means. Okay, dynamic and then almost no mass. I wonder if that, and then simulated. Okay. Dynamic. No mass. I guess this is all 0, right? And then freeze rotation on the z-axis. And I think this is 0, 2. That, right? Gravity scale 0, nothing, right? Save. Let me test if that's the same thing as the player. Continuous start awake, none. Continuous start awake, none. Let me check. Oh, here, see, continuous start awake, none. Okay. Now that we have that, we need in code, we need to change the way enemies move. And we could just yoink that from the player. It's just move position. Oh, cool. And in fixed update. That's it. That's nice. Move distance. Rigid body. Oh, we don't have the rigid body component. Do I just get that? Yeah, we get that. Yo, Natron, Phase, Escape from World, Italex, and everyone else today. Thank you guys very much for following. Appreciate that. Okay, we'll put this thing here, and then we get that. Here. And then we can say move position. Player direction dot normalized. And man, I coded this so badly. So confusing. There you go. Okay. Set discrete, you don't need continuous. Yeah, why? Physics, performance, smooth gameplay. Maybe an interesting read. Unity, how to. Yeah, we'll see, right? If we are struggling, but we're making good progress. Because I've done a lot of reading already today. Oof. That was a tough read today. Okay. Okay, guys, what do you guys think? How much of an FPS improvement will this be? I'm gonna set this to discrete, like the guy said. How many FPS? 10%, 20%, another 100%, so 4. Yeah. 4 FPS now. 100 FPS easy? Bro, we're not even getting 100 FPS when they start attacking me. 1K, 40 FPS? Cakez, there's an easy way to fix that. Use the navigation package Unity provides. It has pathfinding, obstacle avoidance, etc. Yeah, but then I wouldn't learn anything in Unity. I think it would be better if we write a simple flow field ourselves, but I don't think I'll have more than 100 enemies on screen anyways at all times for this simple demo. 40 FPS. I think we'll be sitting at 10 FPS or something, guys, but let's see. Oh wow, I'm close. Oh my god. Now they are all colliding and they are breaking the game again. Because they're all colliding with me. 2.5. Yeah, I mean, when they're running to me, it's 10. You're never gonna... Yeah, no, I know. I'm not gonna have this many, but it's still nice to It was 3. No, when they're running to me, guys. It is 10 FPS. Like 9, 8, something like that. Looks amazing. By the way, these guys, look at this. They're kind of stuck behind the trees. How are they colliding with each other? That's the rigid body they have. Change dynamic rigid body to static? Really? It's getting there, yeah. We disabled collision though? Maybe the enemy is not on the layer. Nah, the enemy is not on layer enemy. Guys. Change children? What should I do? Change children too? To layer enemy? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Safe. Alright, let's see. But now they run on top of each other. I don't want that. Oh my god, that's unplayable. I can't see anything. Bro, I didn't think it would be that bad. I guess that's when you have to use Unity dots or something, huh? 0.8 FPS. But I want the enemies to collide with each other, guys. I want them to spread out. You can keep optimizing. I mean, what can you optimize now? The enemies should not overlap like that. That sucks. You don't need dots? Yeah, no, I get it. I can do a flow field, right? I understand. But I don't want to code a flow field for this project. I have coded a flow field already. I don't want to code a flow field for Unity now. Other issues is that the code repeatedly plays the same run animation every frame. You should check if the current state is doing that. No, like crossfade only plays it once. This one here. This only happens once. What we can do though, if you want to, we can start with running. Here. And when we awake, we also change to running. Right, then we don't have the crossfade. Optimize pathfinding. If they don't overlap, it would perform fine, most likely. Much better in that video how he implemented collisions and behaviors for Megabunk Cakes. Oh, there is a video for that? Really? Show me. That's interesting. Yeah, let's watch that. Like, I want to see how this guy did it. You know, that's interesting. Like in the video you watched, which you surely remember. You mean the pathfinding about the video? The video about pathfinding from the guy whose demo we played on Friday? Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah. I get it. And then I know. Yeah. Can you remove the animator and check how much FPS you get? Cakes. I had a similar problem last week and I fixed it by using my own fixed time stat for simulating all enemies. What you mean is probably you made fixed time step lower ticks, right? So you called this less? Is that what you mean? The low FPS is on debug mode, release it on Steam and it will be fixed. No, that's not how that works, man. Yeah, I used 0.0033, so basically 30 updates a second, not 50, right? Devlog number 1. Making vampire. I guess we can watch it then. kind of wanted to do like a deep dive on what he did.
Okay, time to relax.
Wait. Fine. Also no animator. About using shader to animate the enemies. Using a shader. This is the video I mean, Cakez?
Oh no, I accidentally created a Newton's Cradle of Skellies. Howdy, and welcome to Game Endeavor, where I make devlogs with an emphasis on game design and technique.
Oh, I
I'm
don't remember
developing an
that
open
video.
world RPG where you'll meet lovable characters, explore dark and treacherous dungeons, and build. Steering behaviors are where you combine simple actions such as move to this point, keep away from these points, and move in the same direction as these other points. On their own, these behaviors are very simple and unimpressive, but when combined and tweaked in specific ways, they can create something that I was quite stunned with when I first encountered them. But after implementing this some time ago in a prototype for another game, I quickly noticed some major flaws with the system. The biggest glaring one being how opposing vectors can cancel each other out to cause pretty silly situations where the AI will run away from the player, but there's a wall immediately opposite to them, so they're just showing a desire to move towards that direction, with the longer lines being more desirable, and red lines meaning that they have absolutely no desire to move in that direction. So as you can see, when one direction becomes obstructed, then the AI will pick the next best option and move in that direction instead. In order for an AI to determine this, I need to tell it how likely a direction is to perform the desired result. I'm using a dot product here between the direction being considered and a vector that the entity would like to move towards. For those unaware, a dot product is a very useful thing that will return the cosine value of the angle between two normalized vectors. This value being the 1 in direction of the normal, -1 in the opposite direction, and 0 perpendicular to it. When normalized between 0 and 1, you get a scale of how desirable that direction is. The AI can then use this to determine which direction it should move. This is great for moving towards a specific location. I can simply take the highest unobstructed weight and move in that direction. But the true power of this system comes when you start shaping these weights and combining them to form even more interesting behaviors. Skellies making a beeline for you is one way to prototype a simple combat system. It is what I've used so far and it has served its purpose as a placeholder, but it's not nearly as engaging as it could be. To the dot product that favors sideways movement instead of forwards and from the nearest enemy, they instead prefer to do so at a bit of an angle. When you combine this smarter form of movement with the overall tweaks to the Skelly's combat state machine, you get a very
I do not understand this thing. Okay, I'm skipping through the video, but bro, like the parts where he's talking about how it works. Maybe it's already here in the very beginning. How to do that? You have watched this video? It was maybe 2 years ago. You think I remember? No, I don't remember that. Sorry for spamming King to check the animations. Disable the animations, check the FPS. The bottleneck might be coming from the animator. The bottleneck does not come from the animator. I can tell you that because the bottleneck happens when they start colliding with each other. Fine, I'll speedrun the video. Fine, I'll speedrun the damn video. Where's the video? I'm just gonna shut up and watch it again. Play.
Oh no, I accidentally created a Newton's Cradle of Skellies. Howdy, and welcome to Game Endeavor, where I make devlogs with an emphasis on game design and technique. I'm developing an open world RPG where you'll meet lovable characters, explore dark and treacherous dungeons, and build a base to stash your precious cheese. One of the more difficult tasks that I've come across as a developer is how to handle enemy movement in a way that's convincing and engaging for the player. This is especially difficult because there's a lot of factors to consider, such as what direction they should move towards to reach their goal, what entities are nearby so they don't clump up together into a hyperdense single skeleton, and the nearby environment and everything else around them. And even once they figure out how they should move, they need to do so smoothly so they don't get around like me after a long night of binge pudding and coffee. Even though combat isn't the primary focus for my game, not nearly as much as the exploration and role-playing, I still want it to be enjoyable because it's what builds tension and keeps the player engaged as they explore the world world and uncover its secrets. If you look into AI movement, then one of the first things you may encounter is what's known as voids and steering behaviors. This is not what I'm using, to be clear, but it is where I started, and it helped me develop the technique that I'm currently using. Steering behaviors are where you combine simple actions such as move to this point, keep away from these points, and move in the same direction as these other points. On their own, these behaviors are very simple and unimpressive, but when combined and tweaked in specific ways, they can create something that I was quite stunned with when I first encountered them. But after implementing this some time ago in a prototype for another game, I quickly noticed some major flaws with the system. The biggest glaring one being how opposing vectors can cancel each other out to cause pretty silly situations where the AI will run away from the player, but there's a wall immediately opposite to them, so they just stand there completely dumbfounded.
I think this is just not what I want. All I really want is to chunk the world into a grid, and depending on which tile you stand, you choose where to go. That's all.
The existence of the wall as they wait for their slowly impending doom. Ideally, you would want them to realize that they have other options available to them, such as stepping ever so slightly to the side.
See, like, I don't need that. I just want the players, the enemies, to approach the next best target, depending on where they are. So if there's no player in range, they attack obstacles. Flow, yeah, basically a flow field. So this is not what I want. And I feel like any of the other optimizations, we kind of waste our time on them at the moment, because I'll have like 100 enemies. But I still want to see what the guy that did Megabonk did, because it looks like he's doing that in the beginning. Right? He shows how to do that in the beginning. So let's see.
Okay, time to relax with a new game before bed. Vampire Survivors? I guess we can try it out.
Megabonk has no pathfinding, only homing. So then it's also not what we want. Right? YouTube?
Enemy behavior in...
we have to, yeah, I've seen that before. So, like, I want a flow field. It is making the game better. What are you talking about? If enemies walk on the tree, like, why is this guy so dumb? I just do not understand. If an enemy is just following a tree, you think that's good game design when they just get stuck on a tree, bro? They get stuck on trees, man. Why are we fixing this obvious problem in the game? What are you doing, Cakez? How can you be so stupid? We are not making the game better that way. We should just do the other things. Watch VeriNet solution? I know the solution. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, this is a perfect situation to calm down a bit. Get a better perspective by taking a small little break. Okay, chat, take a small little break. Let me come to Twitch. Please watch this. Please watch this. Aha. Is VeriNet DirectX? No one knows for sure, but it's kind of likely. He's baking animations. Cakez. If stuck, they should attack and destroy it. It can make it somewhat interesting gameplay. Maybe this approach would be more helpful. It's more DOD, Dungeons of Dragons way of writing stuff. You made me come to Twitch, Cakez. Watch this. How many AI
I think one of the
generated
coolest
agents?
things in computer...
Cakez. Bro, that's 7 years ago, though. Fine.
Programming is AI. In particular, AI that can be taught how to navigate and move around a 3D world. I love playing around with pathfinding and setting up challenges for my new agents to solve. In this video, I'll be putting Unity's built-in AI solution to the test. Let's see how it does. So first I set out to build a maze for my testing to take place in. After having looked at a bunch of different maze layouts, I decided to go with a classic, a traditional Pac-Man level. After finishing my model in Blender, I set up a basic nav mesh using the new nav mesh tools, which are available on GitHub. I then created
gonna use a nav mesh.
few agents with standard settings, as well as a simple script to control them. All it did was to tell the agents to move to the same location on the other side of the maze using the shortest possible path. So no surprise, the test ran smooth. However, because of the grid-like nature of the maze, some agents could run straight through, so I quickly modified the level to avoid this. Now it was time to start adding in more agents. Here's a test with just over 200. Still, everything was smooth, but I found it hard to keep track of each agent's position, so I tried adding random colors to make them different from each other. From looking at it, I noticed a few things. First, the agents tend to clump together. It seems that even though each of the agents are set to continuously look for better paths, they queue up instead of altering their route, which ultimately slows them down. Second,
But maybe I should use the navigational mesh and be done with it. The thing is, I don't know if nav mesh can work with randomly generated content.
looked to me like the agents in the back was
This
first
seems like something you bake, right?
their destination, whereas the agents in the front took a while to get going. To confirm this, I colored each row differently,
Yeah.
and just as I thought, the yellow agents in the back were much faster. But they also seemed to start first. It looked like for some reason the agents were starting one by one, from the back to the front. A quick look at the documentation provided an explanation for this behavior. When setting an agent's destination, that agent will start calculating a path in the background. Once a path is found, the agent will start moving. So the agents were probably moving one by one because the nav mesh system only calculates so many paths at once. To confirm this, I
That's fine. It's okay. You generate the level, you generate the nav mesh. Wouldn't bake at runtime performance issues. You call a function on start after you place objects in. Okay. Fine, we'll test navigational mesh. Right? Let's test that then. I wouldn't use nav mesh.
Don't fucking say I wouldn't use. Tell me why, bitch. Okay, I've said that multiple times. You've been watching every single fucking stream, bitch. Why are you saying I won't use it? I won't use it. Say why?
Hate that. Don't use this case. No, don't use that. No, you should not use that because that's bad. Don't do that. But if you check choke point is when they all collide, the issue will persist. It's fine.
Oh my god, you dumb idiot. The enemies move against trees. They get stuck on trees.
I guess they just attack the trees then. Fine. We make them attack the trees. Man, I should not... I should have like a 100% clear plan when I stream. Because I'm basically following random things. We make the enemies attack trees and move on. Let's go. So, an enemy is colliding with a tree. How can we know that they are colliding with the tree? On collider, enter. Void. And where did that happen? On trigger, enter. So, when the enemy enters a tree, collision, tag. If it's a tree, we attack the tree. So, let's see. The tree has a hitbox, ground collider, box collider that has no tag. So I need to add a tag here. Okay, so this guy is getting banned for the rest of the stream. See you tomorrow, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna play that too. Fuck off. Boom! You done so. Oh wow. You done so. Oh wow. Complainer. Okay, go.
Go, 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 go. Go somewhere else. Piss off, bitch. Okay, I'm learning here. Don't ruin my fun learning the engine of Unity, okay? Fuck you. Okay. Now. If I put a tag on the ground collider of the tree, then how does that work? Tag 0. I don't understand. New tag. Tree ground collider? What now? I don't understand this. Tree ground collider. We save that tree. You're planning to instantiate. Shut up. Use baking animations. Now that I did that, what am I supposed to do? Is that a trigger now? Is the box collider a trigger? Also, by the way, chat, should I turn this into a circular collider so they slide off? I feel like it should be a circular collider so they slide off. Then they don't get stuck. Because circles on circles don't really get stuck. Right. I think that would be better. Circle collider too. Oh god, that's large, bro. What the hell? Oh, I hate that, you know. You can't really put the position in. Kind of have to do this thing. So odd, you know, and then you do that. I wonder why Unity decided to do it this way. Look at this. It's odd. Alright. Alright, and then we get rid of the box collider. Anything I forgot here? No, I think that looks all pretty much default. We save the tree, and let's just see what it looks like in the game when we do that now. Compilation errors need to be fixed. Why? Oh, I see. Of course. I also went to the bathroom before and just came back. You won't believe me. I had to use scissors. What? What am I reading here, bro? What? One of the colliders is trigger, then the other collider object is the trigger. Let's just see here. And they still get stuck. Ah, they still get stuck. And now they no longer... Do I push them back or something? Guys, they're getting pushed back. Push back. What's going on here? Why are they running away? Looks kind of nice, but I guess this is Unity physics, huh? Why is this guy not attacking me? Good, look, he's running away. Look at this. Boom! What is this? What is this physics system here, bro? It's very laggy too. Hey! Stop running away from me! Boof! Boof! I'm unstoppable! Your state machine, you should set velocity to 0 when they attack. Oh, I see. Yeah. Enemy, right? True. When we are attacking... Was that rigid body?
velocity. Which one though? Linear velocity is new vector 2. 0, 0. Since you disabled gravity and damping. Man, I gotta be honest, fixing a little bit of this enemy behavior. The reason why I'm struggling a bit right now is not because I don't really know what I would do if I had control over the flow of data, if that makes sense. It's more so the fact that I don't have to, but I somewhat need to use Unity's physics system, but also not really. And now I'm in like this weird and awkward mix between using Unity physics or completely coding it myself, which then begs the question, at least for me, why the hell am I using an engine when I have to code the physics anyways? Yeah, and so like I see all of these options right now, and I'm really unsure what to do. Right? And I would assume the right solution is to write your own physics in the situation, because then you have the full control over how that works. So for example, what I think the best solution in this would be, we have this world grid, and for each tile on the grid, we will compute where to go. I don't think you need 5 years to be somewhat efficient with Unity, Vulkan, because I'm learning Unity-specific stuff now. There is Unity-specific stuff that we are learning, of course, like with the hierarchies on Friday. But yeah. You can override specific Unity physics behaviors inherent all else. You need more clearly defined goals. Yeah, you want to learn a specific thing or get it done. Yeah. That's a good way to put it, forgery. Exactly. So what right now there's this, how do you say that? Decision between, oh, I can get it done by hacking it in, or do I spend more time learning what my options are for 2D in this case. It's flow field AI. Yeah, no, of course, right? If flow field AI could also be the solution. However, there's also ways, how do you calculate that, for example? Because I've calculated that before, and it can get quite slow, especially when well, depending on how big the field is that you're calculating, right? If you're calculating this field, that's still quite a lot of tiles to calculate all of the ways you can go. Just do it as Vampire Survivors does it. If I want to do it as Vampire Survivors, I need to generate a flow field and chunk each. I basically have to do the collision myself. The physics myself, and then we don't have any physics, not a single physics object anywhere, and I write my own circular collision functions and stuff like that. Stop them from blocking on the trees. You could check their velocity when they are far away. If it's 0, they are stuck. Add a little perpendicular velocity to the direction to the character. Kind of wonky, but should work since you set the trees collide as the circles. They will slide off? No, they didn't slide off here. Watch, if I just stand still, some still get stuck. See that? You see this? Man, I can't move. Man, it's crazy how low this gets. Why is this so slow now? Wonder. I think in Vampire Survivors they get stuck. No, in Vampire Survivors they move through obstacles. The lag is crazy, yeah. Why is it so slow? Well, we could see why. Let's see. Like, it's not slow, but the moment they reach me, it becomes slow. It's a bit odd, gotta be honest. Like, the moment they all follow the player, this is when it becomes slow. The beginning seems to be fine. But when they start overlapping... Analysis, profiler. Let's see. Here. Player loop and editor loop. Okay, let's pretend the editor loop doesn't exist, but player loop is still 60%. Yeah, Unity physics update is the issue. Simulate. Sync transforms. Still? Really? On what? Destroy shapes? See, basically not using 2D physics. Would be it. $32,000 calls to this. I don't know what it is. So basically the solution here would be to not use Unity physics in this. Right. Code our own and then make them just spread out. That's what I would do in Raylib, for example. Coded that before. Godot fixes this? Okay. Collider 2D destroy shapes. Should I Google that? Or Collider transform changes? Streamers for 5 USD worth credit. Steam credit is a day asking for help me with what? No. What? 100 is smooth. I think that's cool. Destroy shapes. Can we copy that? No? Yeah, I feel like it's a waste of time, but let's do that. Fine. Unity 2D, physics. Destroy shapes. Collider 2D. Has an enormous impact on performance. Some objects, when they collide with one another under settings, a lot of objects can be created very close to one another, leading to a lot of initial fusions. There it is, when they're very close. Yeah, that's what I have too. This causes a big initial lag spike. As expected, since there's a lot of objects being created then destroyed. Why? They are not colliding with each other. I disabled their collision. So why would there be any objects created? I'm just saying you need to know a lot of enemy engine quirks to be efficient with it. It'll take time. Just use an engine X, never resolves any issues. Enemy has 3 to 4 colliders. Yeah, but they are set up to not collide with each other. Mate, look. Where's the enemy? That's a prefab, sorry. Give me a sec. Here, so here's the enemy. He has 2 colliders. These are the green objects. And whenever I'm running away is when this happens. The hitbox is in layer enemies, and the ground collider is also in layer enemies. They are set to not collide with each other in, I think it's project settings, physics 2D, and then the layer collision matrix. Enemies do not collide with enemies. In my game where I spawn that many units, I had to crop drop Unity physics completely. I use jobs to calculate movement vector for each unit. I also spread out the calculation to 50 units per frame. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. The only solution to have 1,000 enemies behave properly would be to not use physics. I think that's the only solution, really, guys. And the only solution for that would be a flow field. No physics, 3k enemy. No, like, we can do 3k enemies too without physics. I got a question though. What do you guys think about the following? I just need somewhat of a starting point for tomorrow, and so I can theory craft a bit. Guys, let's say I want to do this properly. Right? And we do a flow field in Unity tomorrow. How would I iterate over the flow field? That is the only thing that I cannot comprehend. Here are the grids. I'm not using dots, no. Because the player can move around. That would mean if I let the player move too far outside, the flow field would get too big. So basically the issue that I have currently that I'm facing internally is, let's say, Excalibur. Move it here, bro. Bro. So, let me see. Right, we could code that tomorrow and then move on. But essentially, if this is the middle of the map, and this is our grid, I can iterate over each individual tile. And the player, you know, let's say this is the house. If the player moves too far to the left or to the right, then obviously the enemies need to, if let's say they follow the player, the grid grows. And then it becomes too large, in my opinion, to calculate the entire grid. Like if this is then 0, or not 0, but I wouldn't even know. I guess I need to have some sort of circle that makes the player... I clicked on red, man. The player cannot go past that circle. If he does, he dies or something. It could be fire all around. And then the enemies approach and the trees... I can only chop down trees in this small area and defend. Or you're on an island. Why Unity? To learn. Mate, to learn. I'm here to learn. Try disabling the animator. What, I can just go into the enemy prefab and disable the animator? That's all? Like... I check this box off. And then we play again. Maybe fork that returns them back to the house. Smart. Let's see. Yeah, the animator does a lot of stuff. But they also don't move anymore. So it's difficult to say if it's the animator or not. Because it could be physics. Guys, it could be physics. It could... I don't think it is the animator. Only allow 10 to attack at the same time. I think it's both. Animator might be changing the transform, which causes the same issue. Animator might be changing the transform, which causes the same issue? No way. Nah, bro, you're cooking that up. Nah, bro, there's no way. Profile it. You call attack in the animation though. It has calculation. It has collision calculations. Yeah. Is it because... Wait. No, but it happens on move. It happens on move. Excuse me. It doesn't happen on attack, guys. It happens on move. This does not happen. This does not cause the issue. Watch. Here, I'll show you. Look. If I stand perfectly still and let myself get attacked all the time. Watch. Watch. I do nothing. All of them are attacking me. The FPS does not change. The moment I move, which by the way does not call this attack function anymore, it only calls the move function here. It executes this code. The moment I move, let me get out, is when it happens. Not a single one is attacking me right now, and now it's lagging. It's not the attack function, guys. It can't be the attack function, because not a single enemy is calling attack. It's something else. I can understand that in attack, if it has to delete these colliders, but it's not. Oh, we did use the profiler. And the profiler said that it's this function right here. Where is it? Yeah. It's the destroy shapes function. Destroy stack overflow, collider 2D. I don't even, like, why can I not see? So this guy says, in my project, I'm allowing users to control some settings influencing the spawn of objects. I have some objects that fuse when they collide with another. So they shouldn't even be colliding, but okay, under some settings, a lot of these objects can be created very close to one another. See, this is the same use case we have here. The enemies are chasing me and they are very close to one another. They are chasing me and are very close, leading to a lot of initial fusions. So basically what I think is happening is that Unity, even though the enemies don't collide with one another, maybe it's just fusing all of these colliders together into one, and then it's unfusing it again as they are moving. Yeah, but this is what this guy is saying. Initial fusions. This causes a big lag spike as expected, since there's a lot of objects being created and then destroyed. I guess it's a comparison here. Then they are not on the same collision layer. They are in the same collision layer. Yes, they are in the same collision layer. Disable their colliders and test? Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Good idea. I can't do that. I can't disable a collider. Disable the child colliders? What is this, by the way? Why can I not disable this? The hitbox? Disable the hitbox. Okay. Play. Let's move. I can't move. I can't move. Let me move. I need to get out of here. Let me move. Give me a sec. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, now it's just one collider that's being merged. Yeah, look at this. They're all together in the same spot, and it looks like it's kind of... Look at... Oh my god. Like the moment they merge together, when they get real close to each other. Yeah. You see that? I think it's doing that exactly. Disable all children? Now the ground collider too. Wait. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot the ground collider. I apologize. And I need to save. Why do some of them just stop? Yeah, it's literally that. It's literally that. See, I told you. It's them. Unity's merging their colliders into one. Lol, now it's one guy. It's 60 FPS. So, if I wasn't using Unity's physics system right now, I'd be having 60 FPS. Because that's 1,000 enemies in one enemy merged. That's 1,000 enemies. Now it makes sense why they have ever fixed physics behind the paywall. So it's merging all of these colliders into one collider. And it's doing that, I don't know, every fixed update. Since their position changes, some colliders get merged, others get destroyed. It's the same old issue that every single fucking program has. It's allocating memory, deallocating memory, allocating memory, deallocating, allocating, deallocating, allocating, deallocating. Every single fucking frame. That's exactly why I use an arena. That's exactly why I code it in C++ and I allocate once. Now they can create these millions of colliders, but at least they're not freeing and allocating memory all the time. Goodness. I'd have 1,000 FPS in Q engine. I'd have 1,000 FPS in my engine because I'm super smart and I have coded the engine over multiple years. You know, I've counted this issue a long time ago when people were still using Legos blocks in their basements with the mummies. Imagine using Unity. No, it's fine. We learned something here. Okay, so I'm not mad. I'm a little triggered that I can't use the physics system, but we're just gonna code our physics ourselves then. It's fine. We code the physics ourselves, we do a flow field, and we just code it. Right. And yeah, for the edge of the map, actually really good idea. Let me see. Go into the world manager. Let's just spawn 10 enemies. Okay, so this is the extent. I wonder if there's more you could do other than really create your own physics at this point. You could use Unity dots, but even if you use Unity dots together with 2D physics, you still have the same issue. Because the physics engine behaves the same, right? It'll create and destroy these colliders, try to merge them. Try on trigger enter, not overlap sphere. It's not overlap sphere. I'm not calling, like, again, go back a couple of minutes. It is not overlap sphere. It's not this function or overlap circle. It's not this issue. This is not, when enemies attack me, I'll show you. Dots uses entirely different systems. Oh, Dots has custom physics. Okay. Yeah, good. Then I'm wrong. It's okay. So maybe Dots would perform much better, but I really do not want to... I don't really want to go the Dots route, guys. I gotta be honest. I think I've learned a lot already. We learned a lot with Unity, and I feel like... apart from like the flow field stuff that we're gonna have to code ourselves, maybe use 3D physics? Like Dev Spudger said. Shall we quickly check if we can exchange the 2D colliders with 3D colliders? Just a quick test if it behaves differently. So what's the point of using... Wait. So what's the point of using Unity if you're not using the tools it gives you? But I am using the tools. I'm learning the tools, VA Survivor. We are using the tools and we are hitting a... We're hitting a... What is it called? We're hitting a wall, right? There's like a wall of however many enemies... You wouldn't be if you coded the flow field. Roadblock. Yeah, we're hitting a roadblock. So what you're saying is if I coded a flow field, then even with this issue existing, it wouldn't be a big problem. I mean, we can try, right? We can begin with the flow field immediately tomorrow and then decide, okay, does it work or not? That would be like an optimization, right? Write your own collision engine, Cakes. If you aim anything more than a general game, you have to skip built-in features, sadly. A Mega Bonk uses built-in feature, but it's a 3D game, and Dev Spudger said that 3D is... I wonder, let's see, physics to 3D. We don't have physics 3D. Is there no physics 3D? Just use physics? Then it's an overlap sphere, non-alloc, right? Overlap sphere, non-alloc. And that'll be a position. Well... Oof. I wonder if it generates a vector 3 out of this. Then a radius. And then collider results. That would be... What would that be? Collider results. Okay, so basically... Well, let's try alloc. Let's just test. That would be it, right? We transformed it into 3D right now. And I need to change... They don't really have a rigid body right now, so that's fine. Animator... All I need to do now... I mean, the attack is not even the issue. The attack function. Why would 3D be faster? DevSpot just said 3D is faster. So, we'll test. Oh, and YouTube chat is not updating. I apologize, you guys. I'm so sorry. Like, YouTube chat does not update sometimes. Where was the last message? Yeah, man, holy. Where was the last message? There's navigation for 2D. Wait. You don't need dots. Just watch this. Now it's even better. Navigation. So I think that was the last message. Only 30 graphics FPS2. You have 1008 draw calls. is also weird. Yeah, that the draw codes, right? You can just have it recalculated. You can make an average at runtime. Could you make them slow down like they're slowly passing through the tree? Yeah, potentially. You can add slippery material. Disable dynamic body type. Looks pretty good. I think it would be great if we limit to a few hundred pieces. Yeah. If you want real performance, yeah, then we should probably change something else, right? Try, why don't you use Bevy? Simple. No, like, I'm learning Unity right now. That's why. Haven't used Unity in forever, but it should. You already have almost 2k batches draw calls, Cakes? I don't know. I have no clue. Have you used Godot? Yes. Would you do this in Godot? How would you do this in Godot? No clue. Didn't try to push it that far in Godot. I would do the same thing, hit 10 FPS, and then optimize what I do in Unity right now. In my game, where I spawn that many units, I had to use jobs to calculate. I saw that, yeah. Decrease, yeah, we could decrease the fixed time step in settings, but ultimately it's not a solution. It's not scalable. We hit a wall that is not scalable right now. We need to find a solution that makes us scale again, and then we hit over 100 FPS comfortably, and then we can see what we do next, right? Burst. Instance rendering system. Yeah, that would be something else. Flow fields for static environment. Boiled like movement would be simpler to make. Yeah, I think so too. If we add a flow field and keep the original collision detection. Buy asset for flow fields? No, we're gonna make it ourselves. How to render 2 million objects? AI. Bro, we don't need 2 million objects. Okay. Units may try to find paths all the time because they're each other. Yeah, trying to find... No, yeah. Yeah, like, this is an old problem. I'm sorry, guys. Why are you spending time with Unity? You're already good path building for your game dev skills in C++ from scratch. Feels weird to divert at this point. I just want to learn a little bit, mate. That's all. It seems they're adding much better 2D physics in 6.3. Yeah, how about we wait for an update, mate? In 2025, they don't have proper 2D physics. Think about it like this, guys. All right, let's see. Hitbox. Let's disable the hitbox for now. Wait, I can disable that here. And then just use the ground collider. And then instead of a circle collider, we do a sphere collider, right? Can't add component sphere collider to ground collider because it conflicts. Fine. Remove. Sphere collider. Looks exactly the same. Oh, okay. All right, save. Enemies layer, physics material, nothing. Okay, so now we have a sphere collider. And it should function exactly the same, because all enemies have a sphere collider. Built-in physics is fine, just make them overlap. We did. They're not colliding with each other. Gets easier and faster the more you build your skill set in one place, I believe. I bet he would build 10 TD from scratch in less than 6 months now. Probably not because of all the art. Oh, I see I only have 10 enemies. Give me a sec. Because we gotta have 1,000. Update PC you're currently working on. That should help a lot, Cakes. Yeah, let's just update my PC, man. How about we do that? All right, let's see. So the moment they collide and move with me, it happens. Oh, okay. So this stuff does not happen with these guys. the merging of the colliders. It is better performance. We have better performance here. So what would a box collider be in 3D, guys? And then what is a rigid body on the Skullboy? We have a rigid body 2D. But I want them to collide with each other. A cube. Wait, no, I need a rigid body 2D. And I guess... I don't understand. So, how does that work, guys? I don't want enemies to collide with each other that have this circular collider on them. I want the circular collider to act like a spread around. If I add a rigid body to my units, how can I tell the rigid body that it should use this as collision? How does that work? I want enemies to spread around using this rigid body. You shouldn't read one line from a post where someone's guessing the problem and then draw conclusions from that instead of driving deeper and figure out if they say it's true. Sure, I mean, we could assume that maybe it's not the colliders merging and then deleting themselves every frame, but it sure seems like that. Disabling the colliders fixed the entire performance issue. And the call to this function, the function that has been called was destroy something. So there was definitely something being created and destroyed a lot. 32,000 times. Right, so there was definitely something going on that had to do with physics. The moment we got rid of it, it no longer happened and we had better performance. Destroying colliders, isn't that the attack you do in the code? No, that's not the attack. It's something else, I think. You can use rigid body and lock access. Thank you very much, Mr. Trumpet, for subscribing. I appreciate that, bro. Let me play that.
Am I so out of touch?
Yeah, and from my research, that happens when you change the transform of the collider, which sounds more like to me. But I'm not changing the transform of the collider. I'm never moving the transform. I'm only applying velocity. You know? But it could be that would be retarded, by the way. If I move the Skullboy using physics by applying velocity, and since the hitbox and ground collider are child objects from the Skullboy's transform, the transform of these colliders is set, aka destroying the old collider and creating a new one. If that's the case, then that's completely retarded and stupid. It could also be that, right? That moving a parent object destroys and allocates a new collider when you have it as a child object. And then now we're gonna test 3D physics, right? In any case, both things are dumb. Box collider, what is a box collider? Quad collider? Oh, just a box collider, I guess. Okay. Yeah, let me get rid of that. Yo, my man, thank you very much for subscribing. Let me play that. And
am I so out of
Muzzy,
touch?
thank you very much for following. I appreciate that. And so, it could be that too.
Just subscribe.
Right.
Cakez 7RG.
Box collider. Let's see. All right, let's do that. So this is, let's make the enemy a big box. Something like this. And even though Unity has like these quirks, what I find amazing, guys,
is that I can now at least reason about... It's so much easier for me to reason about the reasoning, or, you know, die Gründe in English, for why these things happen and why things are slow. I would have not been able to do that if I didn't spend a lot of time going very deep into memory allocation, deallocation, and stuff like that in general. Hold Alt to change both. Wise. Alright. Let's see if applying velocity to this rigid body still makes the game lag. We have now completely transitioned into 3D physics. The only thing I don't understand is what the game uses as collision detection, like against each other. I guess nothing, but let's see. Set constraints. Oh shit. Rigid. There's no rigid body to do attached to the skull object. Missing. Oh, I see. Shit. Of course. We need... Anti-gravity. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'll do that in a second. And then over here. That was surprisingly simple, apart from this is a vector 2 now. Yeah, vector 2 and vector 3. Which we get the player direction. Just turn that into that. Should be fine. Hello, Mr. Cakez. How's it going? Good. We are currently learning how to properly spawn a lot of enemies in the game. And we've gotten to the point where we realize that Unity 2D physics does have quite a lot of quirks, and we are testing out 3D physics right now. And then we'll see what else we can do as an optimization to spawn a lot of enemies that follow not only the player but also attack the base. Cakez, watch this video. Make your Vampire Survivors?
You played Vampire Survivors, loved it, and now you...
In Unity, no dots. Fine, give me a sec though. Did I forget something here? I think I'm good now, right? Okay. You need to change the collision events in the code to 3D counterparts. Already did, I think. Goodness. I guess I did not I didn't freeze the rotation, huh? Forgot something. Yeah. Did you untick gravity? I also don't think I untick gravity. Yeah, we're gonna untick that too. Yeah. Mass 0. Nothing. Gravity is off. Constraints. Freeze. Rotation on Z. Okay. Safe. Alright. Shit. Now I gotta do... Oh, exit play. Yeah.
Gotta do all of that again. Oh, it saved it. It saved it. For some reason it did. Okay, cool. Oh my god, what happened? Shortcut conflict? Huh? What are these enemies doing? Wait, I need to change some more rotation things. We also have an unassigned. We probably need to assign hitbox. Oh, I see. The hitbox is the box. Yeah, how about this? Let's just do box collider for now. Fine. Right? Does that still work? Hitbox. Okay. Game's good now, what the fuck, ship it? What I find crazy is how fast they move, man. Let me see. Enemy hitbox, yeah. No, wait, how does that work? I drag the hitbox in like this. Okay, good. I have the hitbox here. And it looks like we need to freeze another rotation. Which rotation was it? X? Or Y? Freeze all rotations? Yeah, I'm just gonna freeze all then. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god, how are they so fast? But that looks much... Why are they running away? Why are you running away? It looks kind of nice, I gotta be honest. But why are these guys running away? Look at this. Low mass. They are bouncing? Of what? Not bad. Assign a physics material with no bouncing. Okay, how to create physics. Physics material. Okay, no bouncing. So basically all of this 0? Bounce combine. Bounce in a 0. And I apply that material to the rigid body. To what am I applying that to, Chad? To the box collider? Something? And to the ground collider? Okay. Oh my god, why are they so fast? Because they get... Bro, I mean, it looks kind of nice, I gotta be honest. And the perform... They're still running away! Don't run away from me, come back! Set mass to 99999. Hey! Come back! Come back here! I'm not getting hit. Box collider. Attached to the pine tree. This looks good despite the bugs. This must have been a bad calculation. No, no, no. I know how to calculate moving from A to B, okay? Destroying colliders, isn't that the attack you do in the code? No. Set mass to 99999 on the material. Or I guess on the whatever that's called, right? Mass 9999. Really? Okay. Let's see. Oh shit. Sorry, chat. I keep forgetting. I'm sorry. I didn't flip it the wrong way, okay? I flipped it the wrong way the first time, and then I flipped it again and it worked. I think they'll still run away. They're still running away. It's something else. It's not the mass. Nah, I don't think physics is the way to go, guys. Not at all. Even if the performance is better now with 1,000 enemies, it's not the way to go, chat. Like, we can change this back to 2D physics. You need friction? Nah, man. I just need to... I agree that something was calculating a lot of each enemy in update or fixed update loop. Freeze Z, they move forward / back to the camera. Hi. Have you used burst or jobs? No, not yet. No. Oh, they move to the camera and then back? Because it's 3D. Oh, guys, you know what I am happy to try out in the future? And I'll try that after Raylip, I think. I asked you guys on Discord, and I'll do a poll again. I think on Discord and maybe on YouTube too. I will try out, very likely, after Raylip. Raylip is probably gonna be the next. I'll try out Game Maker. Because after seeing Ash Veil made in Game Maker and many other good games made in Game Maker, I think Game Maker is... I don't know, I will see. But so far, like, hey... looks pretty good. Game Maker is a trap? Prepare to be disappointed. Should I call myself Cake Software then? Yeah, we'll see, right? Use RPG Maker next. Game Maker is made for cakes. No, try Godot again and compare it with the Unity. Great video idea. I'm already comparing Unity with Raylip. We gotta get this game done though. So like, we are playing around a lot here. We're gonna freeze Z and see if that works. Let's test. But even if that... Okay. Even if that works, the issue still remains the same, that these enemies just completely push each other to me. Yeah, so it was the... No, it's not. It's something else. It's gotta be the... This is not the solution. The video, not physics solution. The video the guy linked earlier. Okay, we'll watch the video the guy linked earlier. Make your own Vampire Survivors in Unity. This one here.
You play?
Okay, we'll watch this now. So I think I have tested around a lot today. We have spawned 1,000 enemies. We got them to... well, we had to do some optimizations. We learned quite a bit. We learned that 2D might not be that greatly optimized by default. Obviously, you know, spawning 1,000 enemies is a lot. 3D seems to perform much better, but it has its own issues because it's made for 3D. It's not made for 2D. I can't really tell what the issue is right now. It's fine. Tomorrow, we'll see what we do, but we'll optimize this so that we can at least spawn 100 to 200 enemies at all times. I want them to attack based on whatever they can reach, right? If they can attack palisades, they attack palisades. If they can attack the building, they attack the building. Stuff like that, right? They will have a priority list, maybe like a huge circle. They look for stuff in. A flow field would be a great idea for this. That's what I'm thinking right now. But we have like a video that is somewhat what we are doing, Vampire Survivors, not exactly the same. And then, yeah, just to finish this up, what we will do is put fog around the entire base so that we cannot go outside the fog. And then the enemies will spawn from the fog at all times. And maybe the fog comes closer to the base. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. And then you have to defend. You lose your buildings in the fog. we'll see, right? But for now, that would be how we limit the space. And then we just make enemies spawn in the fog when it's nighttime or something. You know, daytime, we collect trees to build our defenses. That would be the idea. In order to do that, though, we need enemy behavior, and we tested today. We can spawn quite a few enemies. Let's try to see what this guy says. You think you can finish the game in this week? I will finish the game this week regardless. If I can't complete the entire gameplay loop, then that's the way it is. I'll try to get the loop in. But I think I'm mostly done learning. We'll see. Like, I want to learn UI in Unity, right? And we have a couple of days. But I don't think I want to learn much more about the physics in Unity. I think we're done here. And then, yeah, we'll see. Let's just watch the video. I'm not going to do more than this week, though, with Unity.
Because you can make it better. You booted up Unity, spawned 10,000 enemies. Okay, it's looking good. This is easy. Well, you don't want all the enemies to overlap with each other. So what is the most cost-effective collider you can use? The 2D circle one, of course. Yeah. All right, let's slap a circle collider to each enemy. And...
Yeah, that's what I had to, bruh.
Okay, well... Everything in a survivor's like is about collisions, or simply stuff being aware of being near other stuff. Enemies shouldn't overlap, bullets should hit enemies, enemies should hit the player. So then what's the solution for this if we can't use colliders?
Literally, Cakez, yeah, that's what you do when you learn something, you dummy, bro. You think you're so smart, but you're not, because you're too afraid to learn yourself. That's why you sit on YouTube all day and just watch tutorials. Oh, look at my sister, like... Dummy, man.
Don't worry, I got you. In the next 5 minutes or so, you will learn how to handle the physics and updating the logic of 10,000 enemies and 5,000 bullets at once while keeping a high stable FPS. And this solution has no compromises or tricks. We are not going to despawn enemies that you don't see on the screen and magically recycle them on the other edge like some other games do. Vampire Survivors. Whether you want your enemy...
No, Vampire Survivors despawns enemies and spawns them in front of you, bro. Listen, we looked at the game, yeah? It's not gonna despawn the enemies.
To walk towards the player or a bullet to check if it's in collision, this will all happen in our update logic for that specific unit. These will be mathematical calculations that we must perform at certain intervals. But obviously, if 10,000 enemies check, if they're close enough to the other 9,999 enemies 50 times per second, you will melt your CPU. So
so we are using a flow field?
The whole deal is to use smart tricks to make the feeling of that happening without actually doing it, so it's actually possible. In our battle to save your CPU from melting, we will have 2 main focus points. How often do we calculate and what do we calculate? So let's focus on the what first. You don't need to compare the position of an enemy or a bullet with every other enemy. An enemy all the way over here can't possibly be in collision with an enemy over here. So our saving grace is called spatial partitioning. Sounds fancy.
Coded that myself already,
But it's basically dividing the field into partitions where the units will check, hey, are we in contact only...
This would be our grid, right? That would be this world grid here. Where is it? You see these, what is this? Rectangles, I guess, or these... I don't know the English word, but you see these things, right? Yeah.
They're in the same partition. Every time a unit is spawned, we use this function to map their actual position into a partition. This will depend on the size of your map or how many partitions you have. For example, my map is 100 units tall and 100 units wide, and it has 10,000 partitions. So each...
That's a lot of computations.
Partition is just a 1x1 square. And this is how I calculate the spatial groups for a hard-coded width, height, and partition size values.
Yeah, that's how you would start in any game. Like, that's what I do in C++ too. You hard-code the width and height, and then you get, like, this grid.
Since my map size never changes, I don't need to recalculate them every time. But if you're a freak, here's the code that will work for any amount of partitions, height, and width. Every time the enemy moves, it will check if it moved into a different spatial partition and update accordingly. When
partition group, int partition group, spatial group. Oh, it returns the int index into the array? Is it a 2D array? X index plus Y index. Oh, I see. So it's a one-dimensional array for him. That's nice. Okay.
The width, height, and partition. Enemy is asking, hey, am I in collision? It will into a different spatial partition and update accordingly.
What does it do though? I want to see. So
it takes the yeah, in the group. Wait, oh, remove this. So I guess the enemy spatial groups. Where is that? Current movement direction, player, normalize, calling normalize every frame. Isn't that great, huh? Moving to the player, make this run every frame. No, but can definitely be more. Yeah, push other nearby enemies away. Yeah, see, this is what this is how my C++ code would look like, guys. Exactly like this. You do this every frame. Game controller, spatial group, remove this and then add this to the other group. Okay, and I would assume that these are references to enemies. This is a reference, right? Yeah, I mean, this is every run logic. I don't know how long.
Spatial partition and update accordingly. When each enemy is asking, hey, am I in collision? It will only calculate this for the other enemies in the same partition, which will be a very small group. And I know what you're thinking. Hey, what if the enemy is right here on the edge?
Yeah, bro, what is that, huh?
Of the next partition? Or what if my unit is larger than the whole size of a partition itself? Well, that's easy. In that case, we will just grab the surrounding partitions, as many as we need to, and then run our calculations for all the enemies together in that group of partitions. Here's what that looks like. First, we need a...
I've done exactly that in C++. Your C++ is more indentation like that? It's more indentation like that. That's what's bad. Because, you know, when you code properly, you only should go 2 levels deep. Anything more than 1 level deep is bad. Because I know how to code. I can code Linux with 1 indentation.
Function to get all the surrounding spatial groups. You don't need to understand the math here. To be honest, neither do I. But I tested it. And
you do minus radius, and then how does he make sure that dx, dy plus new group? Are you sure? Oh, I see he modulos that. Is within width. If new group is within the number of partitions. Add to the group. Expanded spatial groups. Wait, he creates a list? Can't you just loop over them? Why do you create a list? Seems like an awful lot of memory that you do here. I think this can be optimized by just doing the for loop and doing the check in place. But maybe I'm wrong.
It works. Intuitively, if I ask you, what are the surrounding partitions of this group, you know I want these ones.
Yeah.
Or, if I want the surrounding partitions with a radius of 2 over here, you know I want those ones. So once you have the surrounding collection of partitions, you can simply get all the enemies that exist in all those partitions together. Then, the rest of the logic is the same.
Man, that's so bad. I would code this differently. I would just code this in place. Meaning, I would not return a list of enemies. I would just code it directly and affect the enemies directly. Seems like a lot of list calculation. But maybe these are all stack allocated. I don't know.
The list of enemies and calculate whatever you want. It is time to discuss the other part, the how often we calculate. Let's look at the simple case first, the update logic.
I would do this 20 times per second.
Of the bullets. Because it runs every frame, we can do it right here on the bullet script's fixed update. By default, the fixed update runs 50 frames per second in Unity unless you change it. So on this update logic, we update the position. For the collision, first we get the bullet's spatial group. If the spatial group has changed...
Why is he talking about bullets now?
We get the surrounding spatial groups, then we can check if we are close enough to the other enemies that are currently in
So this guy is completely coding the physics because Unity physics are ass for this type of game. Who would have thought?
So this was the case for updating every frame. Now let's look at the enemies logic where I only want to update once a second. You might think, let's just have a timer and once it hits 50...
Wow, once a second only. Interesting.
All enemies. Well then, you will have 10,000 enemies all calculating a dozen different things, which will cause a lag spike. So it's a much better approach to cut this logic up into smaller pieces and run them piece by piece. To achieve this, I created 50 groups of enemies and I called the update logic function for the particular group each frame. And this is pretty much it. It is simple and it works. Except what happens if enemy...
What? I don't understand. What is this guy talking about? Like what group? Sorry, I missed you there. Huh?
I only want to update once a second. You might think, let's just have a timer and once it hits 50...
This isn't ass. 99% of games don't need this many entities. If you do, then use dots.
He groups enemies and only updates one group each update. Oh, I see. How is he grouping them, though? I wonder.
The update all enemies, well then you will have 10,000 enemies all calculating a dozen different things, which will cause a lag spike. So it's a much better approach to cut this logic up into smaller pieces and run them piece by piece. To achieve this, I created 50 groups of enemies and I called the up.
I see you call it, yeah, it's like a list, like a, what is it called? Like this thing that keeps like a ring buffer thing, right? Ring buffer index and yeah.
Just for the particular group each frame. And this is pretty much it. It is simple and it works. Except what happens if enemies die or new ones spawn? You can just spawn them in and randomly place them in a batch and you will have about equal enemies in each batch, but that's not guaranteed. And I want to make sure that there are equal number of enemies in each batch as new ones spawn and die. I'm sure there are other ways to do this, but here's how I did it. I used two different data
batch score, sorted, oh god, that's annoying.
Structures. First one is a batch.
Nah, I don't need to create these batches because I won't have that many enemies, so this is not needed. But we need spatial
which will simply hold a score for each batch. And you may have noticed the iComparable interface and the compare to function here. All this does is tell the code how to compare two batch scores if that happens. So it's a no-brainer to just say that, hey, just, you know, whoever has the best score is the better option. But what if the two batches have equal scores? In that case, I never want two batches to be truly equal because we still need to make a decision as to which batch the enemy belongs to. So in that case, I just tell the function to compare them by their batch IDs. Since their IDs are unique, they won't ever be equal. Now that we have a
just use the lesser equal sign, okay?
Whole set of batches and their scores, only thing left to do is to quickly know which batch has the best score. And for that, we need a sorted set. If you aren't sure why this is
what? So like the first start. The first part of the video was real good, but now he's like...
Let's go through a working example, one with a list and one with a sorted set. In the case of a list, we just update the score of our batch when the enemy dies, but every time we want to spawn an enemy, we need to check every batch for their score to find the best one. So assuming equal number of enemies die and spawn, each cycle will be 51 operations. What about the case for the sorted set? Now every time an enemy dies, we just update their score and then resort the sorted set. On the other hand, when a new enemy spawns, because the set is sorted, we just grab the best score and then resort the batches. So in total, it will cost us 2 plus 2 log n operations. So if there are 50 batches, there will be about 6, which is much better than 51 operations.
Hey, I just believe this guy. Hey.
To show this implementation on action, when I spawn an enemy, I call get best batch, which gets me the ID and then resorts the batches. And similarly, when an enemy dies, I just call update batch, which updates the scores of the specific batch and resorts all the batches again. I hope you found this video helpful. Now go ahead and
very good video, mate. I appreciate that. Very good video. We don't need 10,000 enemies, but we could do like a flow field, what we already thought, yeah. They already sorted, so calling an n-log n is a bit excessive. Whatever he does, he should not employ a random sort. The thing is, what you need in this type of game isn't physics, it's a specific distance check. Physics means you need rotation, position, torque, blah, blah, blah. Which is not what you want. No, I think what I need is the following. I'll build a, and we already have the solution essentially. We'll build a grid, and then in the grid, what we're gonna do is the following. If there's a tree in a tile, we try to avoid it, or we block the tile, and then enemies can occupy a tile, and then inside each tile, and we're gonna update each tile, or we're gonna update these tiles maybe in a separate thread. We'll see how we do that, but we'll try that tomorrow. We're gonna update them in the main loop. But essentially what we do is each tile will check what to attack, essentially. They know where to go, which is this location right here. This is where they want to go. Not the player, actually, but the house. And along the way, they can find priority targets. So, for example, we could have a palisade here. Like this. And then as the enemy slowly moves from tile to tile, let's say here, it gets a vision of this thing, and then it'll say, okay, I need to move here. And depending on whether it can go straight, and I think what I'll do first is I will just make them go straight to the obstacle, to the priority target. So when they get here, sorry, that is not green. When they get here, they will attack this obstacle, and when that dies, they will keep moving forward until they find the next priority target. Let's say the player is here, it's closer than the house, then it'll try to attack the player and chase him. And even if a tree is in the way, it'll just try to move past the tree. It'll go through the tree. It'll just ignore the tree. Maybe it'll make it so that it'll even pass through the tree. It won't even collide with the tree. We'll see. Closest attackable target, and it will stop on... Yeah, exactly. It'll stop on anything that it can attack, right? And then it'll always prioritize the palisades first, which is a bit odd, right? Because if I have 2 palisades here, right? Let's say these 2, and an enemy is here. I feel like if there's vision to the house, it should prioritize the house. But that would be like an attack radius, right? Or vision radius. Anything inside the vision radius is, let's say, sorted by priority. So, for example, if we have vision to the player, we attack the player. If we have vision to the house, we attack the house over the player. And the least priority would be obstacles. Hello, Haskas. How you doing, man? Link to it, please. I joined in the middle of it running. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I totally forgot that. Yeah, really good video. And this guy needs more subscribers. Very nice. 1 year ago? I don't know. Maybe he stopped. Here's the video, guys. If you want to support him, watch this. That's very nice optimization stuff that you can do in Unity. And who would have thought? It's exactly the same optimization that you do in C++. Very cool, huh? Yeah, I mean, that's just how it works. You need to do a spatial partitioning, flow fields, stuff like that. Base concept is still unable to explain it well. The implementation is going to be extremely bad for sure. Can't wait for tomorrow's system. Okay, wait. I'm just going to ban you for 2 days and then... Yeah, you got lucky that I clicked 21 hours, but that will also not make you be able to watch tomorrow. Fuck you. This guy's only been negative all day, every day. Go away. I don't want to hear you. Let me have fun in my engine. Let me learn. Okay? Let me have fun in Unity, not my engine. Go. Go. Anyways. Chat. Ungrateful clown. Wait, this guy needs ban too. Piss off. Bye. I love the progress in learning you are doing. Also, very good content. Kidding. Stop sliming, bitch. Okay, I know what you're doing. This Godot skin is terribly ugly? Godot skin? A 5-minute ban, please. Check if 2 LE2 CPP is enabled. Man, this is a solved problem. Just span a quadtree at the start of the frame and go from there. Yeah, this guy expects me to know how to do a quadtree in Unity. Okay. I love your channel. I love how you learn Unity. You're awesome. Thank you, man. Man, what so many nice messages. I didn't get a ban today. Fuck Cakez. Didn't you get a ban today? No? I'm not gonna ban you now. It's fine. Oh yeah. What a day. We didn't make much progress though. That irks me a little bit. We did learn a lot. We tested out quite a bit of physics related stuff. Right? We did learn Bit more about physics. Now it's time to make a decision, right? To be fair, you did spend 2 hours reading Manifesto on Reddit. That is correct, yeah. I did read a lot on Reddit. No, I do need to do some other things too, though, apart from just working on this. That's 1,000 enemies. You are such an amazing Unity dev, Sir Cakez. Thank you. I'm a big fan of professional C++ game developer Cakez. What was the big change to get your frame rate back? To not use 2D colliders but 3D colliders. That did a lot for the frame rates, but you can see that there's an issue with the translation code. They walk away from me in a way. I don't know what that means. It's gonna be some sort of, maybe it's a Y-axis thing too, not sure. If Cakez thinks, I agree. If Cakez speaks, I hear. If Cakez has 100 viewers, I'm one of them. If Cakez has 10 viewers, I'm one of them. If Cakez has 1 viewer, I'm that viewer. If Cakez has no viewers, I don't exist. Still low FPS? No, it is low FPS, but better than 0.1 FPS. The missing tiles look like snow. Guys, can you stop schliming in English? I also love your mom. Try building your game with IL2CPP. I don't even know what that is. It's some C++ thing. What's schliming? That's like when you try to say something nice about someone so they like you. Edit project settings player. Change mono to, then build normally. I would do it, but I'm done for today, to be honest. My brain is a bit over the capacity today. You guys might not realize, but it's actually not really that simple for me to grasp all of these Unity aspects. Like, I try to soak up as much as I can. It's not actually that simple. Like, understanding so many of these quirks and what Unity is supposed to be doing in the background and stuff like that. It's not as simple, man. It's a lot of learning, yeah. I try to pick up as much as I can. Surely I could just, you know, boil down on one way to do it and then just quickly chunk something out. But I feel like I want to give it at least an honest go and learn as much as I can. Because ultimately the reason for doing this is to learn, right? To make an educated decision on a new project. And how can you do that when you rush something very fast in Unity, skip half the learning process, and then go out and say, oh, well, it didn't work out for me. I've done that too much in the past. And so while today might look like a big W, yeah, we got 1,000 enemies to spawn. They really don't follow any attack patterns and stuff like that. At least we learned something. I now have multiple ways to fix this problem, and I know a bit better for the future of what we could do, or what I could do, right? What could be done in certain situations. If you think his Unity skills are good, wait till you see his Godot skills. Okay. Have you checked out a bit engine? You're already doing great. Thank you. No, I have not. Sebastian League's earlier tutorials are a great resource for proper Unity concepts. Yeah, but I just don't want to sit all day and watch tutorials, really. I can watch some tutorials, and I have done so off stream too.
But I mostly want to experience working in the engine. Right, and then seeing what works and what doesn't. Because it sticks better with me. I will never unforget the transform bullshit in the beginning. I spawned units on layer 5, I clicked on layer 0, and the click was not connecting. Because the click was in a 3D position. I will never forget that. Never. I'd rather just do certain things and see where that leads me. I don't think Twitch cares enough for that than to analyze per message and feed into AI to get some positivity metric. I mean, you did kind of skip the learning process though. How did I skip the learning process? I tried to understand every single thing. Just because I didn't watch a tutorial doesn't mean I didn't learn anything. I think I learned quite a lot. Now the question is, do we still use physics plus a flow field? And we make enemies collide using physics? I guess that would be reasonable. We would just have to code the flow field. Or do we remove Unity 2D physics entirely? And 3D too, because it has some other bugs that makes them not follow the player properly once they collide. And code the physics ourselves. Is the rapid progress with Unity worth it over no engine? I wouldn't say rapid progress, because Unity is very deep, man. I think Unity shines when you spend a couple of months learning it. So I think you'll be able to be much more efficient and faster with Unity than obviously a game engine that you write from scratch, 100%. But you have to learn Unity first. That'll take weeks, for sure. Couple of projects and then you'll be faster. But the start is still slow, even with Unity. Sure, you can follow a tutorial, but the difficult part is not following a tutorial and getting a game done in, let's say, 2 hours because you followed, I don't know, brackies. No, the difficult part is when you sit down and you make your own game and then you don't have a tutorial to watch. You gotta make your own decisions. That's when the learning really happens. And that just takes time. ChatGPT it? You can't ChatGPT everything. Custom engine shines after a few years? Maybe, but not always. We have, and I don't want to shit on anyone in chat, but we have so many custom engine guys in chat, and almost no one has made a game in their own engine. Actually, apart from Supercool, but he used an engine for Pogostuck. Like, do we have someone that made a game in their own engine and it's on Steam right now and selling? Like, and there's so many people here that write their own engine. Just you wait, Copium. Yeah, no, I don't mean it in a negative way. I'm just stating a fact. A guy called Cakez. Yeah, I have a game on Steam, but I'm not selling it, so I don't count. Neuter. Yeah, is the developer of Neuter in chat here anywhere? I'm talking about my chat. I'm talking about the people that watch. Because people started watching me because I'm making a game in C++, right? It was like C++ was a big part of it. Hey Cakez, have you checked if the CPP... listen, stop about... I'm done learning today, man. I'm cooked. Like, my brain is here. You need to think that... Like, you need to realize that this is not the only thing I did today. I worked on my game, and I had 3 hours of sleep. And I learned Unity today. So, like, I'm here. I'm not gonna learn anything new now. We're just talking. We watched and supported you because we could see a game succeeding without an engine. That's nice to hear. We'll see, though. I use Arch, by the way. See, like, is there anyone in chat, really, that has a game out? No, actually, Farmer has a game out, too. Mine releases in 9 days, Cakez. Well, congratulations, man.
So you decided to finish up the project and move on to the next? Like, you're like, okay, this one didn't work out too well. I'm gonna move on to the next. Is that what you're doing? Let me see. So this farmer's game, by the way. The Guardian Chicken. Steam. Yeah, we played your game. Farmer has the same issue as I have. We are lacking appeal for our game. Why did you never make a demo page, by the way? Guys, stop making Farmer... Like, Farmer knows as well as I do that our games don't do well on Steam. We can see it in the stats. We are not stupid, unfortunately. Yeah, so this game is gonna release in a couple of days. We played it. And yeah, it lacks the same issue that we have, or it has the same issue that we have. It's made in Railip, by the way. And the cool thing is that he also made a web version. Itch. Guardian Chicken. By Bones, I think it's here, right? Wait, return to Guardian Chicken? Oh yeah, so you can run the game in the browser on itch. It's a C++ game. Made in Railip. And the cool thing about this is that if you have a game that pulls a lot of traction from itch, you can convert that traction to Steam. I would look into UTM analytics, by the way. You can turn this link into UTM link. Basically, I think you do UTM equals itch.io. And then in the traction, in your impressions, in your visits on Steam, you can see where the visits come from and how many visits came from itch. So for example, let's say over the course of 100 days, you got 1,000 visits. And 100 out of these 1,000 visits came from itch.io. You can see that if you use a UTM link. Just Google UTM links. It's not a browser game. It's just a game running in the browser. It's not supposed to be a browser game. It's just advertising in a way and getting feedback from from itch.io. Yeah, it's like, but my point still stands, right? How many in chat have actually made a game in their own engine and released it on Steam? Very few. And now compare that with people making games in Unity all the time and releasing them on Steam. So much more. It's simple because it's just so much faster to make them. Even if the onboarding process isn't great, you still get, like, Shade 11 has made two games in GameMaker and released them on Steam, for example. Should I put my game on Steam, Cakes? I don't know what game. See with Railip bad? No, why would it be bad? It's just that you gotta code everything yourself. Engines just help you with that. But it's not bad at all. It just takes time. Railip is good. It's a good starting point. GameMaker is great. That's how I learned to program back in the 2004 and 6. Just wait, bro. Yeah, that's the problem. Just wait. That's what I've been saying for years too. No, actually, like, I'm pretty sure, unless obviously you can have examples where it takes long too. What's it called? Not Dev Spudgers, man. Adam Sionis has been making his game for 7 years, right? Still working on it. Or was it 7? Yeah, something ridiculous like that. You can have that in Unity too. Adam Sionis, yeah. I forgot his name. The name of his game too, but yeah. My wife's calling. Insignia, yeah. I need to come home. Wife's not feeling too good. Zoe is rampaging because... Yeah, Lana Lux is online. How did you like Godot? I didn't see you working with it. I have 2 videos on YouTube, but ultimately I like Godot. Also scripting in it. It was much simpler than Unity is at the moment. The only thing I didn't like about Godot was the menus, the UI. I just got lost in the UI, especially for particle systems. And then I tried to make a simple particle system and it just kept scaling upwards for some dumb reason. And finding the dumb options was so... Oh, it made me so mad. Oh, it makes me so mad. And the biggest issue I had was the scene error. Like I would load, I would build a scene, build a prefab, an object. I would put it into a folder prefabs, right? Or whatever, right? And then I'd save it, I'd close the project, everything's fine. I reopen the project, boom, scene error, can't open the scene. Great. Almost every day. Super dumb. And there was no error while I was using it, right? So stupid. And I just got frustrated. That's why I quit. At the same issue with Godot, that I just lost references all for nothing. Yeah, that thing. They fixed all that. Yeah, that's what people told me back then too. Didn't look like they fixed it though, even after I updated Godot. So yeah. Anyways, guys, I hope you had fun today. Tomorrow we will implement enemy behavior. You know, deciding what to attack and where to go. And yeah. After the enemies decide what to attack and where to go, I'll try to create fog so the player can't walk everywhere. But for the most part, I think I learned enough for now for 2D in Unity. We know animations, we can do stuff on animations, we can collide objects. The flow field will be the biggest one to implement. Can you show all of the enemies again? Here you go. I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll send you over to Lana Lux. She just started the stream. Have a great day, guys. Peace. Bye-bye. Have a wonderful evening. I'm going to make a game in Godot just to annoy you. You do that, Mr. Jonathan. I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace. Bye-bye. Goodbye.